Greatest hit music on
Xpression on 919 Real FM. Unfiltered truth, cultural pride, and the power of radio to amplify voices in Grenada. Woo! Tune in on the spice side, hear the airwaves free. On the radio see. No sugar-coated lyrics, no fabricated vibe, just the raw truth that flow like Mount Quack.
Good morning to Grenada, Carrico, and Peter Martinique. I apologize for the late start.
From Grand Ends to Central,
A bit uncontrollable this morning. Good morning to Angel Map.
your heart pour out.
Good morning to Miss Celeste.
Phone to the
Good morning to Deborah. Good morning to Faith Lynn.
strong and clear.
We here.
Voices of the voicelessly oppressed, the sincere. Real FM, the vessel, your message fill the air. Speak your truth, Grenada, where your heart there. Real expression, real connection. 91.
Good morning. Let us pray.
Good morning to Igwe, and good morning to Grenada, Carrico, and Petit Martinique. Let's give God thanks this morning. Heavenly Father, as we come to you in prayer this Friday morning, we give you all the glory and the honor. We praise you for what you're about to do for us as we come to the end of this week. We lift up all our hearts and gratitude to you to guide us throughout this day and bless our efforts and fill us with your peace, not the peace of this world, the peace that passes all understanding. We pray for your forgiveness and mercy and compassion, for we are sinners, and by your grace we shall be saved. We thank you for your continuous and daily blessing and guardian and protection in our daily life. Father, guide our steps today and continue to watch over us, because there is no one greater than you. We look everywhere. We look high, we look low. We find no other, because you are the God. You are God unto your own self. So bless us, oh God, Father. Bless the children. Bless everyone who is out there this morning, everyone who's going to work, everyone who's going to get on a bus this morning. I ask you to bless each and every one. Take them to the safe destination. Remember them, Father. These are your children. They're looking for themselves, oh God, Father, because no one can give them anything. So help them, oh God. Remember vendors. Remember searching to make $1 to pay the bills, Father. Ask you, God, Father, to bless them. Remember the doctors and the nurses. Remember them too, Father, in the name of Jesus. Remember the patient, the one who cried on the bed of affliction. They cried a bitter cry to you when the pain rocked your mortal frame. I ask you, God, Father, lift them up in grace today. Cover them with the blood of Jesus. This morning, oh God, Father, we thank you for the rain. We thank you for the sunshine that follow. We ask you, oh God, Father, do for us what we cannot do for ourselves. You, Father, you said in your word, where there is no vision, the people perish. But we ask you, oh God, Father, to lift us up. Bless us, oh God, Father. Remember us, oh God. When we cried a bitter cry to you, we come to thee at the altar of grace. We come, Father, and as we come, we deliver ourselves to you. Bless us, oh God, Father. Remember our political leader. Remember her, Father, at the gates of mercy, Father. We beg you to have mercy. Mercy, 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 I beg. Mercy, my total plea. Cover her with the blood of Jesus. Remember all she caretakers. Remember them, oh God, Father. Put your goodness in their heart. Make them be standing so they never have to fall over. In the name of Jesus, you go prop them up on all bending side. Wherever they weak, Master, you're going to make them strong. And when they're strong, you make them stronger still. Because these are your children. They're crying out to you that they do better than those who are there. My Lord, my God, remember them, oh God, Father. Remember each and every one. Father, I bring Mr. Andre Donald to you, Father. As I bring him to you, I bring him to you in a marked and special way. I ask you to bless Mr. Donald, wherever he is, Father. Whatever you could do for him, Father, do it for him, Father. I beg you to have mercy. Mercy I ask, mercy I beg. Mercy is my total plea. Ask your God, Father, lay your hands on him and never take it away because he's your son. When he cried a bitter cry to you, Father, hear him, oh God, Father, hear him because he's crying, Father. Help him, Father, wherever he is and bless him. Bless his family too. In the name of Jesus, the farmers and the fishermen, I ask you to pass by them this morning. Help them. Let them get a catch, oh God, Father. Help the farmers in the garden, oh God, Father. Bless them as they go into the land. In the name of Jesus, protect them, my Lord, my God, my King. You are the King of kings and the Lords of lords, the one who could deliver, the one who protects us in every area of our life. We ask you, God, Father, remember those who lost their loved one. Remember them, Father. Remember Sister Kenro. Pass by she house, oh God, Father, today. Oh God, comfort her heart. When there is pain, put joy. When there is peace, let us have that joy that she'll call upon you and you'll be able to deliver her. Not she alone, every single one of us, oh God. Everyone who cried will lose a loved one. Bless them, Father, and help them in the name of Jesus. Father, remember Igwe. Remember Mr. P. Remember every single one of them who is on the radio station this morning. I ask you to help them. Father, this morning, oh God. Father, I bring Sister Kami to you. I bring her to you in a mark and special way. Father, knock on she door. Make her know that you are the Christ, the crucified one. You suffer much for us. You suffer for us, Lord. She's suffering too. So I bring her to you, God, Father. Help her. Whatever it is you can do for her. Lift up your hand of mercy. Mercy, I ask you, oh God, Father. Touch her, oh God, Father. Spin her wrong. Make her know that you are the Christ who gave her much in the name of Jesus. Help her, Father. Father, in the name of Jesus. Whatever it is, Father, those no weapon formed against her shall prosper because you are the Christ. The Christ who died for her. In the name of Jesus. Father, as I beg you, oh God, Father, help every one of us. Remember the little children, oh God, who is at home. Help the little children, Father, as I bless you, Father. So remember them, Father. Remember every single one who call upon you today. Father, we need you, oh God, Father. Look at the land of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Look at the land, oh God, Father. Let your peace be upon the land, not the peace of this world, the peace that passes all understanding, in the name of Jesus. So, Father, it taught us to say, whenever we pray, we must say, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. That will be done on us as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thy is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. And we say amen, amen, and amen. Praise God. Good morning to you, Igwe.
Morning.
And good morning to you. Good morning to Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Have a wonderful weekend. God bless you, Igwe. God bless you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Let us take you on a journey like no other. From the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We have Forge Studios, Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. Dxtention, where real conversations begin. We have Forge Studios, Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. Dxtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak, time for hear the voices in the streets. Dxtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real, talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns, every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope. trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds, families trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all of we too. No shouting down, no turning away. Every voice deserve a chance to say what's on their heart, what's on their mind. Because solutions start when people combine.
Good morning again, folks. As we head over to the Met Office, we speak with Mr. Andre Charles. Good morning.
Bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keep them real. Talking about the things the people feel. The farmers got
Present temperature 27.5 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity 83%. Yesterday's maximum temperature 31.4 degrees Celsius. Last night's minimum 25.3 degrees Celsius. Over the past 24 hours, 1.4 millimeter of rainfall was recorded, which brings the total for the month to 128.2 millimeters. Now to have a look at the forecast for today and tonight. Today we expect some partly cloudy conditions at first and hazy, with brief isolated morning showers, becoming fair as the day progresses. Maximum temperature 31.5 degrees Celsius. Winds east-northeasterly to east-southeasterly at 10 to 22 miles per hour. Sea moderate, waves 4 to 6 feet in open waters. Tides will be low at 8 a.m., high at 2 p.m., and low at 5:45 p.m. Sunset today at 6:35, rises tomorrow at 5:52. Just a repeat of the forecast, for today and tonight. Partly cloudy at first and hazy, with brief isolated morning showers, becoming fair as the day progresses. Maximum temperature 31.5 degrees Celsius. I'm Andre Charles, reporting for the Met Office. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
All right, take care.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
Yo. Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All bad squad assemble.
Because the thing starts. Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave.
Follow we man not take over. They feel like I'm joking with them when I catch them is over.
Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event, a spectacular day into night edition, where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers, all backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum.
I'm back in me bag on this road.
Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket, Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
Hurricane season is here, and the best time to prepare stronger through every season. Youths of St. Andrew, are you looking for a new opportunity? If so, Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness is inviting 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 to take part in a free 1-year CMOS farming training program. Participants will receive hands-on training in sustainable, eco-friendly CMOS cultivation along with a monthly travel stipend. And here's the best part, 2 of the 5 places are reserved for young women. To apply or learn more, email ann.harvey0188@gmail.com or send a WhatsApp message to 473-458-9475. Applications deadline Thursday, July 31st, and training begins on Monday, August 17th, 2026. Don't miss this opportunity to gain valuable skills, earn while you learn, and grow a brighter future with CMOS farming. Apply today. Spaces are limited. Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
For 40 years, Answer Coatings Grenada has been part of your story. More than paint, it's pride and care in every drop. As the proud manufacturers of Sissons and Berger paint, we've protected your homes and communities for generations. Answer Coatings Grenada Limited, 40 years strong, 40 years trusted. A legacy in every drop.
This Sunday, July 26th, the St. Patrick Carnival Development Committee presents Shotney Showdown on the Sates Bus Terminal. Start time 11 a.m. at the McDonald College Ground. Parade on the road to the bus terminal from 2 p.m. All bands will assemble at the McDonald College Ground for the first point of judging. Other judging points, Filbert Brothers Supermarket and Calico Supermarket. And the final judging will be on the Sates Bus Terminal, where the best of the best Shotney band will clash. Registration $150, so get ready. It's Shotney Showdown, the Sates Bus Terminal, this Sunday, July 26th. This event sponsored by Rivers Rum, the Ministry of Culture, and Glenelg.
Turn us on via www.drealfmgrenada.com or WhatsApp us today, 442-0175.
We have Forge Studios, Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. Dxtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time for speak, time for hear the voices in the streets. Dxtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns. Every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope, trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds, families trying hard to survive.
Good morning again, folks. Good morning to the family on the YouTube, Shady Live. Mr. Pierre, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning, Igor. How are you doing?
Adi.
Yeah, fresh day, a new day.
Land of the living, you know.
Yeah,
We
so,
could smile this morning.
Yeah, a lot of excitement, and you don't necessarily have to be excited about anything in particular. Just life, you know. Just the fact that we woke up, my morning started at about 4:30.
And I'm about 5:30.
Yeah, and I'm going to get up and pray. And I can start my day like that.
Yes, that vibes.
And I engage normally about 40 or 50 people. We come together and we give God some praise.
Yes.
We set some serious foundation for the day. And then we take it from there. You know, this morning I was saying to them that, the morning period is just the foundation. Our lives must be centered around prayer and focusing on God and so on, everything we do.
The right start.
And that is who we get the strength from. And so today is no different. It's just an opportunity again to do something good, to be kind to somebody, to say some good words, to be truthful, to be respectful, while we go through this pathway. Life is not necessarily easy. You have varying kinds of issues that affect us, and in our particular circumstance, we have the cost of living, we have a number of issues that surrounds us. That we are affected by. And, this week something interesting happened after we've called for it for umpteen months. The government allows us to suffer. And then they now offer something they don't seem sure about it. Both of them seem like today in bright light. They seem confused and unprepared. At best, but we are waiting to see what comes from it. But let's begin with this, because the opposition has been calling for relief when it comes to cost of living, or whether it is the high electricity bills, the high water bills. The opposition, the NNP, has been calling for this for months, and really the calls were just ignored. They just didn't pay any attention. In fact, they attribute it to the global trends and so on, and they gave the impression that they couldn't do nothing about it. I listened and I looked at the surrogates of the National Democratic Congress through all the calls, all the pleadings, all the representations that were made, whether in Parliament or on the platform, during the meetings, or maybe just on social media. And some of them said, look, the government can't do nothing about it. In fact, they bashed the opposition leader for speaking on behalf of the people. And might I say this, that the NNP and the candidates, the prospective candidates that are getting ready for elections, they are not speaking just based on how they feel. These people are actually engaging the constituents everywhere, whether young or old or older people, whether businessmen or otherwise, entrepreneurs. And it is that information that is now packaged to present. So when they speak, they're actually speaking on behalf of the people, whether it is their constituents or whether it is on a national scale. They're speaking on behalf of the people, not for criticism's sake. And sometimes when you speak, once you critique the government, people jump on you and say, all you do, you criticize it. Well, all of the conversation that surrounded cost of living, that surrounded the electricity bill, the water bill, the taxes that were added, the tax on sugar, the difficulty of the householder to buy basic items and just to survive. Right? The cries came from every angle you could think about. And the government, for the last few years, just remained quiet, like if nothing could happen. But the election is around the corner. And not too long ago, just the last program, our Wednesday program, we were talking about the government creating and allowing situations to become difficult. Remember? And then come as a savior. Right? Adobe it strategic.
That trick.
It's a strategic trick. It's strategic neglect, where they neglect the situation long enough so that it become really difficult. And then they come and say, we bring some relief. It's all an election gimmick. right? When the government and the Prime Minister fully knows that they're about to call the election and that relief would be short-lived. And if perchance they win the next election, the hardship will continue. Because what is new now? What is different now? What has happened in the economy now that allows the government to make that move after 1 million calls were made for this particular move? The Prime Minister went on to say that he's not getting any solutions. The opposition leader gave solutions, and she reminded him of the many solutions that were tabled. Nonetheless, they did nothing. But now Igwe is corn season. So they believe that when they present that to us, we are going to be tricked. But I just want to present this morning that we are wise. We have been looking on. We have suffered long enough. And now it's time for action. So let's just take on this clip and then we continue.
Now, the Prime Minister of Grenada chided the opposition for not coming up with the solutions to solve the problems of Grenada. Well, let us not get this twisted. The Prime Minister of Grenada said to this nation that they had all the solutions to the problems that were facing this country. And that's the reason people elected them into office. So don't attempt now to blame for you not being able to implement solutions. As a matter of fact, the opposition, because of our love for this country, has repeatedly tabled solutions to the problems facing this country. They've all been met with silence. So we see the problem as it relates to the crisis of healthcare. And we've tabled the solution that rather than spend $22 million before the sod turning for Project Polaris, we need to inject these millions into upgrading our primary health care. What did we get? No response from the government. We said to this administration, the problem as it relates to cost of living, that government can implement some solutions that can immediately result in a reduction to the burdens that people face. So we spoke about electricity bills and how the government can reduce the cost of electricity for those who are residential users. We spoke about removal of VAT on sugar. We spoke about the levy that was added on water. We spoke about farmers and fishermen and businessmen. And we said provide support through the Grenada Development Bank so we can inject more resources into the agriculture sector, into the economy. No response. But the government has allowed a minister to walk away with over $2 million from the said Grenada Development Bank. So we've offered these solutions. We see the problem as it relates to infrastructure, wastage of resources, delay in projects, cost overruns. We've offered solutions. So we've said to this government, there's a problem of management of these resources. There's a problem of management of projects. There's a problem of wastage of resources. So contractors cannot be paid while governments spend millions on food and drinks, on decoration. So we've said that there's a problem. After 4 years, revenues of over $1 billion, but not one major project to show from revenues of CBI. That's a problem. And we've said the solution is that government must stop spending CBI resources on frivolous projects and initiatives. We need a major project that can create jobs, that can stir the economy up, that can put monies in people's pockets. That is what we expect as solutions to these problems that we face. We've offered simple solutions that can make a difference, but we've been met with silence. And then the Prime Minister describes our response as yapping, meaning that we are annoying him. I want to remind the Prime Minister of this country that it is the role of the opposition to represent the people, to be the voice of the people. So when the fishermen are hurting, when the farmers are hurting, when single mothers are hurting, when young people are hurting, when people in general, businesses are hurting, it is our responsibility to speak on their behalf. But not only that, we have a duty and a responsibility to hold the government accountable, to scrutinize the accounts of the government, and to ensure that there is value for money in government spending. So if that is what is described as yapping, then we'll continue to yap in the interest of the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique.
Yes, Mr. P.
So the Prime Minister of Grenada chided the opposition.
So we're yapping as
for
well,
not coming up with
because obviously the government has neglected to move in any meaningful way throughout all the calls and the clamoring for change and for support. They have responded no. You know, a few weeks ago, last week Friday, as a matter of fact, if you go back in the program, you'll see we started doing some political inoculation or some preemptive framing. And we were saying that that is to come. The government will do something on the doorstep of election. And so say, so done. So the suffering we've endured for months, right? The hardship we lived for months were just taken for granted. Government did nothing about it, but they've responded now, and I listened to them. They seem very unsure. When asked when this thing would start, both of them appear as though they had no idea what this thing is. Let's look at the clip. But it just goes to show. Yes, this one. It just goes to show that this government is clueless.
Yeah. Let me hear that. Where is it?
And to Mr. Connell, you said in August for the VAT-free shopping. What day specifically are you looking at in August?
Okay, so we are in July. Today is July 22nd, and I believe that we have targeted to start the VAT-free day activities in August because it will give us sufficient time to make sure that we can program our systems to accommodate what we intend to do. And it will run until August, September, October. So it's 3 months in the first instance.
But is your question, what is the specific? 2 days?
Yes, specific 2 days.
Well, I think it most likely be a Friday and Saturday, but we'll give you more information on that as we have indicated.
So why not a month?
Right. No, but not only that, Igwe, you have the two senior cabinet officials,
Like
the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, who I believe put some thought into this, I hope, who had discussions on this matter and developed this relief plan. And they come to the Grenadian people and they are not aware. They seem uncertain. That's because this thing is just play. It's just a political gimmick and a ploy to pull wool over our eyes. These people are not bringing any serious. If you listen to them, you recognize that they're just taking us for a joke, right? I mean, this news reporter asked an important question. The days that are chosen must also be strategic. And as a matter of fact, how many of us can hold money for particular days to enjoy VAT-free days? How much householders can wait until a particular day? Most people function hand to mouth as a based on need, so they can wait. So that may just favor a few people, and they are well aware, but they come to us, and as usual, because they're still in the need to know mood. So I guess we don't need to know which days, right? And as he says, to give them a time to organize themselves. What about the supermarkets? How are they organizing themselves? I still wondering about that.
How that work?
They'd have to reprice the goods on the shelf, and how would that work? I mean, it is interesting.
You might have to play with the cash. With
When you look at the government's approach, you could see a lack of planning and lack of strategic thinking. The question is, why 3 months? What is the rationale?
He said 2 days.
What is for
2 days a week.
Let me tell you, these guys are more confusing than anybody would think. But the point is, I would want to ask, what analysis, what study has the government done in terms of the impact of the hardship, or what the impact the hardship had on the businesses? Because you have to analyze before you respond, you know. To respond in any meaningful way, you have to analyze the situation and respond. I would love to see a report of the analysis of what pertains right now, and how they came up with the percentages, and how they made the decisions. Right? This is just another way that the government attempts to distract us from the real issues. And so they say 3 months. I believe the election, we are on the doorstep of elections. So it's anybody's guess how that would benefit any one of us. But I wait. I'm not holding my breath, because it's difficult to trust somebody who, the finance minister doesn't ever have a visa, can't travel to the United States. We're in a lot of trouble. And therefore, we just have to continue to make the call, Igwe, to prepare ourselves for what is to come. The Minister of Finance says this is not inflation created in Grenada. It is imported inflation. While we cannot control international markets, we can act responsibly to help reduce the impact on our people. Well, I agree we are affected by some imported inflation. But tell me, Igwe, how has global inflation influenced the Prime Minister rental of a home for 20 grand a month?
How much years now?
For the last 4 years or so. How has the international inflation affected this? How has the global inflation affected or influenced us to spend upwards from $20 million on our 50th anniversary of independence? And up to this day, the people are not able to get a full and proper account. So tell me, all that he speaks about, or he spoke about, with respect to imported inflation, how has imported inflation affected just these two issues that I raised? So the minister have to will and come again, because it therefore means our issues are not created not just by imported inflation, but we have some activities in country that is messing up our finances and our ability to respond to the shocks, the external shocks. So I would continue to clinically look at this and to raise the several bad decisions that were not influenced by imported inflation. Let's take the call.
Good morning on the WhatsApp.
Mr. Pierre, I am fully in agreement with your comments. Fully. I think your analysis is bang on target. But I just want to add a few.
Yeah, go ahead.
Comment. This decision by the NDC, as was purported, is the NDC looking for an off-ramp or a bridge towards the election. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for an up-ramp. They're looking for a bridge to get to the next election. But you know that bridge is only temporary bridge. As you indicated, it is not a long-term economic strategy, and the benefits will come to an end by December. But you know, when people get benefit and you take it away, what happens? There's something I call a benefit cliff. People will fall off the cliff, and people's expectation will be dashed aside. So this temporary bandage, which the government intends to put on a gaping sore, it is not an economic strategy. It is only geared towards, as you advise, to see you could hook people again towards winning towards the next election. Now, what they're doing is that they're giving people a fish. But you know, fish is rotten after a while. But they're not teaching people to fish. So you are bang on target. And what will happen in January? If we go to January, they have a choice, either to continue or put an end to it. But notwithstanding, if they continue, government may find themselves in a fiscal situation, a gaping hole which they have to address. So, for example, as you mentioned, our revenue contributions are from VAT and domestic taxation, right? Number one. The second is the famous CBI. You agree? The CBI is the most significant non-taxable source of revenue for the government. So they have been baited with the CBI money for a while, so the economic situation was good. But they have to phase out the CBI by June 1st, 2020. They have to. So that the question is, what happens? There will be significant loss of revenue. The choices of the government: increase taxation on the people after January, or when? Increase borrowing, or decrease government funding for social services. But what is interesting with this so-called, in my view, this so-called relief, I don't think it's really a relief. But there's something that is important. If you notice the relief, there is no relief for healthcare, you know. The Grenada out-of-pocket expenditure, which means that you depend on your pocket, you have to pay for your healthcare. Grenada have the highest out-of-pocket expenditure in the entire Caribbean. It is 53.7%. So anybody want to challenge me, go to Paho WHO, you will find it. What it means is that Grenadians, because of the collapse of the healthcare system, you can't find jobs, you can't get a diagnostic test, you can't find a specialist except you have the money to pay. Therefore, you have to take money and your income and pay for medication, pay for specialist care, pay for diagnostic care, pay for private care. And what happens? Out-of-pocket expenditure tend to increase poverty. Poverty due to illnesses. And people they can't afford health care, they will postpone their health. So why the government says, I give you relief for flour and sugar, yeah, but you cannot get health care. You're going to have to spend the money. So what I'm saying is that this thing is only it has nothing to do with relief for health care. As you know, Mr. Pierre, the whole system is collapsed. Grenadians have to take money from their own pocket of all the monies which are spent in health care in Grenada, which we consider to be total expenditure. Total. The citizens have to 56% of that is spent by the citizens themselves. So this government tries to see them fool with this bridge. But this bridge collapsed. It is a literal shame that they can put this now and say, oh, well, the international community, we have a problem with gas. So therefore, we have to increase. But I'm saying people are suffering for healthcare, access to healthcare. Right now, 53.7% of the out-of-pocket expense is paid by Grenadian people, the highest in the Caribbean. Nowhere in the Caribbean, people. Caribbean, so this government is taking it from one hand and punishing you in the next. And I'm telling you, Mr. Pierre, the health of Grenada is the wealth of Grenada. You know that, right? Mm-hmm. He said, well, we neglect. So while they're running around thing, they give in to shop. They give in what? 2 days to shop. But you have, when you go to the hospital, my friend, you're either dead or you have to buy the medication outside. And that is my contribution over this so-called fiscal, what is it? What is it? Cost up. What is it? I don't know what to call it. Financial relief. Grenada need health relief right now because they're dying, Mr. Pierre. The records will tell you that. So this is game play. And I don't think people should go for that because after January or before January, you will see what happens next year. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. Thank you for your contribution. Look, I listened to the interview, the press conference, and these people are unhinged. You can see that very little planning and strategic thinking went into it. And so they threw in 3 months at us, by then election might be called. And then woe be unto us afterwards. No, I just before the call, I was speaking about whether any analysis was done to determine how businesses were oppressed or affected by what was happening. And as usual, I don't believe anything was done. All right? So there are businesses who went under during this period of hardship. And the government was accept that. So when you take forever to bring some kind of relief, then what happens to businesses who suffered
the last 4 years
and went under over the last 4 years? The history of the National Democratic Congress, to me, they're just not good for business in the country. I've heard a number of business persons said that, even those who supported them. It's like a blight. Once they're there, businesses just go under. And this government has exacerbated that by their own policy and the direction they gave over the last 4 years. And it therefore means that they now have to come back and say to us, what are the percentage of businesses that went under because of the high cost of electricity and the levy that was placed on water? These are fundamental questions. And what is the spending power of the Grenadian people? Even if you give me 2 days of VAT-free spending and I don't have money to buy, then it just goes to waste. The hardship in the country has interfered with our disposable income. We don't have extra. We just have to stay online. Igwe, let me just say this to you. We're driving on our roads. I heard the Prime Minister now speaking about a project for the Morris Bishop Highway. All right? Driving on our roads is like driving through hell. I mean, the suspension parts of our vehicle, I would have thought that we would have got a relief on the suspension parts, on tires. The roads are deplorable. And they blame it on the project that NAWASA is involved in. There's an NMP project there. They blame it on NAWASA and the persons who are involved in the project. The government must take overarching leadership over what is going on in the country. And the state of our roads, right, is a fundamental issue with respect to transportation, moving goods back and forth, and so on. And that is just in a state now of disrepair. So I don't know how. I mean, imagine you come and speak about a relief, and you speak nothing about healthcare. Igwe, medication I used to be paying $80 for before June 2022 is now $200. The government can't be serious. We are not able to look after ourselves health-wise. And if you're talking about any relief, and you're not talking about some relief in the health system and services, you ought to be joking. So I am not taking the relief serious. And the Grenadian people are smart enough to understand when you're talking about 3 months, it means that you have no long-term plan. And you have not put any adequate strategic thinking into it. And eventually, this thing is going to burst, and it would not really benefit us.
2 days in August, 2 days in
Because
September.
what is the government's overarching and long-term plan? Because remember, the government watched this situation deteriorate for 4 years, you know. It's not happening now. For 4 years, the government looked at this situation deteriorate and did absolutely nothing about it. And to me, they've done something to the people who they set up to comment under the opposition leader's plea for support have to be crazy. Because these people are saying, look, shut your mouth, don't talk about that. Right? The government is doing an excellent job. That is where we are, Igwe. And it therefore means that we're dealing with leadership that doesn't understand the plight of the people. Because I could only take advantage of tax-free days if I have money. And the ordinary man in Grenada just want to buy what he needs at the time. They may not withdraw the tax on sugar. The government can't be serious. So I think we've measured this government action sufficiently, and we framed this. We knew that was going to happen. So it's no surprise that has happened and that approach is taken. And Igwe, I always like to refer to this story. They attribute it to Hitler. I don't know if it's true, but it's a wholesome story that Hitler went to a group of people, and he went to the live chicken, and he was plucking the feathers off the chicken throughout the meeting. And of course, the chicken was in great pain. Mm-hmm. By the end of the meeting, the chicken had no feathers at all. And what he did, he gave the chicken some corn. The chicken seemed very happy. So the persons who were looking on asked him about it. What does that mean? He said, look, chicken are just as voters. Make them see trouble for 5 years or for how long. Mm-hmm. And once you give them corn in the end, they forget. Mm-hmm. So right now, plucking season it actually is ending and the corn season has started. But we are smart than that. And therefore we know exactly how to choose leaders and leadership that cares about people, that will listen to the cry of people and respond in a manner that would bring relief, right? And timing is everything, Igwe. You can't say, well, better late than never in this context, because the Prime Minister traveled at will, right? His entertainment and travel budget was overflowing for years. So if you say to me that what we are experiencing now is because of some global shift and inflation, which obviously can influence it, but we are mistreating our finances so much locally. I want to just put this on the shoulder of the government. I mean, imagine, Igwe, the government received $111 million from the CRIFT insurance. That is the Caribbean Catastrophic Risk Insurance Facility, better known as CRIF, right? Which was organized and put in place by the New National Party. And that is why you see, when you're talking about vision and foresight in leadership, you must call the Right Honorable Dr. Keith Mitchell's name and the NNP. Because that insurance was a lesson that we learned after Ivan and Emily, right? And any strategic thinking leader would go in that direction. And so the NNP did just that. And fate has it that after burial, we had something to go to. Man, this government has squandered the CRIFT payout in the most obscene way you could think about. And up to this day, the farmers on the western side, how much of them got support? And the houses they proposed they would build back, how much people got support? And Carriacou is even worse off after 2 years. Tell me how this imported inflation has affected what has happened in Carriacou and how the monies have been managed to build back Carriacou. Tell me. So if you're talking about imported inflation, right, you can't speak at all about what has happened in Carriacou, right? After burial, the NDC became a man-made disaster for Carriacou. What burial did not do, they finished it. And as a matter of fact, they made it worse. Because after 2 years, people are still not sheltered. People are still not supported. Businesses are still struggling. The businesses from Carriacou who sought support from the Grenada Development Bank. Let the government answer how much of them got support. Let them answer how much of them got support. Right? I mean, Carriacou is a case on its own. And you know, you could only feel pity and sadness about this. None of the money wasn't available. Through the Cree program, none of the money was not available. But this government finds a way to squander the funds. And let me tell you this, we would never get an explanation for how these funds were spent from this government. They're not answering questions. They're not speaking to the pertinent issues. But the people continue to suffer. I continue to say that the people of Carriacou, I believe they are already voted. They are already voted because I'm not certain what this government could do to redeem themselves. They treated these people in the most callous way, and the only thing that the people from Carriacou could do is to vote for Nolan Cox, Senator Nolan Cox. That's somebody who naturally cares about people, right? Sometimes he seems soft, right? Very strategic, very focused person, right? You never hear him boast about anything. He's a man for the people. You see? And you have to now make that distinction, Carriacou. And you know something, Igwe. When you have not tasted somebody's performance, you could get duped, you could get tricked. But now we see how the Honorable Tevin Andrews functioned, how he performed. We see how the Honorable Deacon Mitchell performed. And now we know we can choose someone who naturally cares for people. Even in the opposition as a senator, Senator Nolan Cox doing a lot of work. You see him supporting people to build homes. He had this water tank project, placing in strategic areas for people to get support and water. He started speaking about the impending drought. And even as the rains begin, that the Carriacou people doesn't necessarily have this facility to store sufficient water. That's a man who's thinking ahead. You see, on the other hand, the Honorable Tevin Andrews say, look, if he ever boasts about roads while in government, he should be in the mental house. Well, he spoke for himself, because now he's speaking about how much fitter roads that were done. You know, he's come back to eat his vomit, because you see, when you're outside, you could see all the domino on the table. When you come inside, the plays passing over your head. So to me, the choice is quite simple. Quite simple. That Senator Nolan Cox is the person to move Carriacou forward. Facts. And I believe the NNP government knows how to fix things. Let me tell you something, Igwe. You know, in 2008 to 2013, workers started getting paid late. And so during the last campaign, people raised the issues because they felt that is becoming synonymous with the National Democratic Congress. And my teacher, Mr. Andrew, Honorable Andrew, say, nah, that won't happen. We know how to run a government and we won't pay you late. Well, voila, look at what is happening now. The young doctors are still waiting on all their monies.
They're still waiting.
And we said 21 weeks, 15 weeks a long time ago. So it's quite longer than 15 weeks. So this government has shown that not only they have no fiscal discipline, but they know how to bad spend the monies in the country. In fact, the Minister of Finance, you know, he had the guts to talk about fiscal discipline. Mr. Carlin noted that Grenada's capacity to deliver this package rests on disciplined economic management. But what is he talking about? After $20 million spent on the 50th anniversary, where is the profit from the $50 bills? These people stood in Parliament and they said to us, look, that we are going to make money from this. And up to this day, no report. They ain't come back and say, what, we ain't sell none, or the thing boss, it didn't work out, we made a mistake, nothing. But he's here talking about discipline and economic management. I mean, you know, it's just a sad state of affairs. And no wonder why they seem unsure when a news reporter asks, which days? You have to remember that he was in July, and then he said he started in August, September, up to October. That is where we are with our state of affairs in our country. The people continue to grind and suffer. But might I say, while you grind and suffer, you prepare yourself that you get registered, right? I mean, this package is only throwing the National Democratic Congress and the government further under the bus, because we are seeing right through this. I mean, what is different in the economy now, Igwe, than 3 years ago? What has this government done to propel the economy sufficiently for the minister to say that Grenada's capacity to deliver this package rests on disciplined economic management? Just tell me something. What can he say was done significantly to make that happen? Listen, any glory that the National Democratic Congress now enjoys with respect to the economy is flowing from the former government's performance. Because after all these years, they're not able to strike one decent project that they have their name stamped on. Not one. Notwithstanding that, our debt increase. What is there to show for it? So if you come now after 4 years of grind and suffering, after businesses go under, after people get frustrated, after some people leave the country because their businesses flop, you come in now and talk about 3 months relief? You can't be serious. You can't be serious. Anyway, let's take a break. And when we come back, we have much more. Please share this live. There's much more to come.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
Yo, Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All bad squad assemble.
Because
the thing's done.
Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave.
We mad blood take over. They feel like I'm joking with them when I catch them is over.
Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event, a spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers, all backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum.
I'm back in me bag on this road.
Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket, Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
Hurricane season is here, and the best time to prepare stronger through every season. All are invited to a community consultation on the proposed golf course at Olivera, part of the Grenada National Resort at Olivera Development. The consultation will take place this Saturday, July 25th at 1 p.m. at the Batway Olivera Information Center. Residents, stakeholders, and interested members of the public are encouraged to attend, ask questions, and share their views on the proposed developments. That's this Saturday, July 25th at 1 p.m. at the Batway Olivera Information Center. All are invited.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
For 40 years, Answer Coatings Grenada has been part of your story. More than paint, it's pride and care in every drop. As the proud manufacturers of Sissons and Berger paint, we've protected your homes and communities for generations. Answer Coatings Grenada Limited, 40 years strong, 40 years trusted. A legacy in every drop.
This Sunday, July 26th, the St. Patrick Carnival Development Committee presents Shotney Showdown on the Sates Bus Terminal. Start time 11 a.m. at the McDonald College Ground. Parade on the road to the bus terminal from 2 p.m. All bands will assemble at the McDonald College Ground for the first point of judging. Other judging points, Filbert Brothers Supermarket and Calico Supermarket. And the final judging will be on the Sates Bus Terminal, where the best of the best Shotney band will clash. Registration $150, so get ready. It's Shotney Showdown, the Sates Bus Terminal, this Sunday, July 26th. This event sponsored by Rivers Rum, the Ministry of Culture, and Glenelg.
Youths of St. Andrew, are you looking for a new opportunity? If so, Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness is inviting 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 to take part in a free 1-year CMOS farming training program. Participants will receive hands-on training in sustainable, eco-friendly CMOS cultivation along with a monthly travel stipend. And here's the best part, 2 of the 5 places are reserved for young women. To apply or learn more, email ann.harvey0188@gmail.com or send a WhatsApp message to 473-458-9475. Applications deadline Thursday, July 31st, and training begins on Monday, August 17th, 2026. Don't miss this opportunity to gain valuable skills, earn while you learn, and grow a brighter future with CMOS farming. Apply today. Spaces are limited. Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Look no further than the Chameleon Design Studios, the creative powerhouse behind Key Central and dozens of standout brands across Grenada and beyond. From web designs, animations, and motion graphics to custom video productions, we bring your visions to life with unmatched efficiency and professionalism. Need a logo? Logo design starts at just $1,500, and our starter pack includes brochures, call cards, and letterheads. Whether you're launching a new business, revamping your identity, or telling your story visual, Chameleon Design Studios is the new face of designs. Call us now at 1473-422-8601 or scan that QR code. Follow us on Instagram at chameleon_473. Let's communicate. Call us today.
Turn us on via www.drealfmgrenada.com or WhatsApp us today, 442-0175.
Sports is a...
We are Forge Studios, Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. Dxtention, where real conversations begin. Yeah. Time for talk, time hear the voices in the streets. Dxtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future.
Sport is a profession, the same way you have to do it day in, day out. And we are proposing that for any sportsman or woman, regardless of the category, swimming, cricket, football, netball, volleyball, tennis, that once you are training to represent the people of P.T. Martin, Carriacou, and Grenada, that the state of Grenada will pay you while training, will pay you while you are traveling, to ensure that you do not have to worry about where your next meal is coming from while representing Grenada. Now they're going to ask where the money is coming from. And I will answer this. Ask them what they are using the National Lotteries Authority money for. So we are not talking development of sports and culture, we will do it. And so we have every intention of ensuring that the public knows in a transparent manner what the National Lotteries Authority funds are being used for. And under an NLC government, it will be sports and culture, full stop.
Right. So he has promised to be transparent with how the National Lotteries Authority monies is spent. We know the history and the chairman who was eventually fired. I wonder what the Prime Minister is saying now. Where is the transparency he promised? I would love to see, Igwe, a list of the persons who are paid by the National Lotteries Authority. Just for what it's worth, just for transparency's sake. You see how easy it is to speak when you're out of office? How easy it is to promise things? When you get there, it's a totally different matter. Now people have been paid. I'm not sure if they're involved in sports and culture, full stop, as the Prime Minister said. I know if they stop, or if it's a comma, or what. But the fact is, quite the contrary has been done. And all I'm asking, based on his utterance, based on his promise, that he just provide a transparent report so we'll see who are the persons who are getting paid by the National Lotteries Authority. Not too long ago, a few weeks ago, some young athletes lost the opportunity to travel to represent Grenada and to make better for themselves because of a lack of money. And I would think that the National Lottery Authority would be the go-to place, as he said, sports and culture, full stop. That would be the place for the young people to get support. That has passed. We spoke about it. Parents cried out. To no avail. The government and Prime Minister remained very quiet and solemn on the issue. And the young people got no support. Now, these people and their parents and their associates and anybody who know them must know where they now have to vote. Because this man has promised that they will get support. He said he's paying athletes even when they're sleeping. See, whether they're training or they're traveling, they're getting paid. And now the monies from the National Lotteries Authority is being squandered by this government. In fact, Senator Lacquette lost his job over it. First, the Prime Minister holds what is happening in the Lottery Authority sacred and close to his chest. He fired a whole senator who complained about what he dubbed to be corruption or fraud taking place at the highest level. Now, I don't know if the fraud stopped, but some people getting paid who is not associated with sports and culture, full stop, as the Prime Minister said. And listen to me, Igwe, I think in all justification that the government owes the people explanation on these issues. So you mean to say that you elected and you could just do what you want? You have no accounting to give whatsoever? In fact, when the opposition leader and other opposition members talking and supporting the people and making requests for relief, Prime Minister said they're yapping. in the most disrespectful way. So when he says that the opposition leader is yapping, it means that the people of Grenada, they are also yapping. Because might I say that all the sentiments that were shared by the opposition leader and the other members of the New National Party, all the sentiments, they actually came from the people. And that is what is fundamental. That they were not just talking out of their own whims and fancies. They were talking based on the utterance from the people that they engage. I mean, there is no doubt that the opposition team is now everywhere, talking to every person they meet. Because we cannot now say that we're only talking to this group of people, and we don't know nothing about no real NNP, as the Prime Minister uttered. We could only speak about the Grenadian people who are affected, some of them suffering because of the lack of proper stewardship by this government. So when the opposition engages members of the public, they can care less whether they support NDC or NNP. Let me say to you, there are persons who voted for the NDC who are currently bawling. I spoke to a lady a few days ago, and she said, Mr. Pierre, between me and you, I vote for NDC. I said, well, that was your choice. And I listened to her. She said, well, they're doing so well, she will vote for them again. She said, well, I make a mistake, and I prefer not to vote again. I said to her, no, you have to vote. You have to vote for the flip side of the coin. A group of people that will look after you and stand by you. And on that note, I have one of the persons here. Brother Jelani Glynn is with me in the studio. I mean, he in his parish, but he has come to join me. A young man I admire very much. I could call him younger than me. So I admire him very much. And he represents and is a candidate for St. Patrick's West for the New National Party. A great prospects. Yeah, I'm betting on him. And he's with us. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Good morning, President. Good morning to you, Mr. Pierre. Good morning to you, Igwe.
Yeah, it's good to have you. You look fresh and you look ready, right?
You look new.
Yeah. So it therefore means that something or many things are happening. I can tell that you are upbeat, and that's a good place to be. So good morning to you. Welcome to Real FM. Welcome to the Dxtention. Tell us something about Jelani Glynn in 1 minute.
President, good morning again to everybody. Thank you for having me here. Something about me, what the people of St. Patrick don't already know.
No. Yeah.
I'm someone that's very community integrated. I've grown up all my life being part of a community. I guess my community started with my family.
Right.
I've always had a very close-knit family. We're very protective of each other. We take care of each other, and it's always an extended family. We didn't always live in the same house, but every weekend we gather at my grandfather's house. We go to the land together. We pick up nutmeg, come back, clean that, or cocoa, that type of thing. And my grandmother would always, cook and everything for everybody. Her daughters and son would help. So I've always grown up being part of that kind of setting, and then that extended into my community, which is Chantimel, and later on we moved to Sotez. So I've always grown up being part of two communities. I went to primary school. Most people don't know that, and some people even in Chantimel will be surprised to hear this. But I didn't go to Chantimel. What is now Holy Spirit Catholic School. It's a very important part of our community, and I appreciate it for that. But I actually went to the St. Patrick's Roman Catholic School.
Cool.
Yeah, and from there I went on to McDonald College, which I give credit for molding me into the type of person I am today, giving me that drive and self-belief. I learned to argue in two places, on the block in Chantimel and at McDonald College. That's where you learn to form arguments and to defend yourself. And not when I say argument, it's not just about quarreling. It's about getting facts. Not you lose the argument today,
right?
But you go and research and
come
you
back.
get some facts, and you're coming back tomorrow. But the guy have something prepared too. So it's always been that type of thing. But it was always meant to uplift and for better, not to pull down and not to tear down. So that's how it's been who I am as a person and how I've been integrated, and that's why community is always so important to me.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but I found you to be very chill, very approachable, very easy. That's really Jelani Green, or is just my perception?
That's what you do, man. No, man. That's how I am from both. I keep telling people all the time, I eat what I eat, I drink what I drink, no matter if I'm in New York, if I'm in Dubai, or if I'm right here at home.
Yeah. Well, I need to ask you this mighty question. I've been around a politician for 20 years. And, it's a lot of blows, a lot of, criticisms and everything else. What inspired you to get involved in this? Knowing the background and the blows you can get. What has inspired you?
Well, as the song says, Malika Kala Lulif.
Right. Yes.
I've again, growing up, my background, my humble beginnings, if you know people from Chantemelle culturally, you would know that, okay, so before you could get to the block, or before you could go to the playing field and play with the others, your parents prepare you. You weren't just allowed to just run in and be part of. You had to be prepared. And part of that preparation is, hey, you're going out there, things are not always going to be in your favor. You're not always going to like what's going to happen. You have two choices. You can be resilient, pick yourself up, and you move again, or you could crumble under the pressure and lick your wounds. And I've always been one to pick myself up and move forward. There is a lot of blows. There's a lot of public scrutiny. I mean, I've seen things said about me, and names given and made up for me, in this arena. But what is the driving force behind all of this is you're not doing this for the few who would criticize and condemn and who themselves are not doing anything to help going forward. But you're doing this for the many who have a vision, who have dreams, who is desirous of hope, who wants to make a better life for themselves. And so when you sometimes feel beaten, and at times you do feel beaten, it is that thought, when you return to that place, that thought that says, hey, look, if I don't get up and do this, if I don't rise above that, sister so-and-so, brother so-and-so, that young student, that young child is the one that's going to pay the cost for this.
Right.
I think I've always had the perception that one life is more valuable than anything on this whole planet.
Right.
And if you could help save one life or help change one life, it is worth it. It is worth the effort. I've seen life change through youth work, through advocacy, through mentorship, and it is worth it. And that's my motivation.
You're obviously, based on your background, you seem to be somebody who is really solid in service and engagements and so on. And we talked about the ability to just approach you easily. You have been doing this on this strong political side, mainstream, for a few months now.
Yep.
How has that been?
It's been a wonderful experience in some regards. Because I would tell you, and a lot of young people don't want to get involved in politics, don't want to be associated with politics, and I don't blame them. Because it comes with a lot of blows, a lot of public scrutiny. You get torn apart, especially by opponents and so forth. But without getting this involved, and like I said, I grew up a community person, but also a person who mind the business.
Right.
And so I don't get involved in places that don't involve me, right? But because of the political work, I have to, now that becomes my business. So I have to get involved in every community, walk all the roads, walk all the channels. And it's been amazing to see how some people are slowly, trying to improve their lives, what their dreams are. And it's also equally disappointing to see how some people are held back by circumstances. Not everybody gets to start off on the same level. Some people starting from way behind, and they need other opportunities. They need a little bit more assistance. They need that hand up to get their foot on the first shredder, and then they could start walking on their own, and we'll be surprised to know that they could pull others behind them. And so it's really been an eye-opening experience for me. It's always a pleasure for me. I'm a social person, so it's always a pleasure getting to know people and people around my community, especially elderly and children. That's my weakness. But it's also getting great to know people you went to school with. You see where they are in life today. Students you taught. You see how they come along or how they regress or stayed where they are, or what are some of the challenges and struggles. So it's really been an eye-opening experience for me, and thus far I have no regrets whatsoever making that decision.
All right, cool. So now we get that out of the way. What has been the reception? I mean, that's your home turf. You're born in Chantemelle, now you live in Sates.
Yep.
So you practically cover a large portion of your constituency. What has been the response?
The response have been, really good, really solid. If it's one thing I appreciate about my constituency is we don't just accept something for accepting its sake. Of course, you're always going to have party loyalists, and people are loyal to the party for a reason.
Right.
Whether it be traditionally family, whether it be you've been part of the organization and helping build it and so forth. And nothing is wrong with that. But people like to assess you, and they assess you based on your performance, what you've done, what you intend on doing. And they want you to be inclusive, right? I mean, of course, yes, you would always find there are one or two persons who will have their selfish needs. We all have egos. We all have a little dream that we want to pursue. And if we could get along that path, great, kudos. But it shouldn't be done in such a way that it crushes somebody else's dream,
right,
so that you can have yours. And the reception for me has been great. Every day I meet people who are coming on board, who are believing in the vision that I am sharing with my constituency. And I just continue every day. You may say no today, that don't mean you'll say no tomorrow. Like I said, I grew up on the block. So, I continue with that. I don't hold it against anybody who chooses not to support in this moment. But there are questions, and we can't deny what a lot of the issues, and one of the major issues for St. Patrick West is the issue of representation, the issue of inclusion. We have not seen the promises that's been made. We haven't seen them, and even those that are being attempted to be delivered, the manner in which they're being delivered, the conditions around this. We don't want things to just tick boxes. If you're going to tick a box, let the box be that the people are benefiting. The people have now an opportunity to grow. Like I said, for example, I was saying to someone, if you have to put a road in an area just so that some people can keep their shoes clean, great, fine. It's an opportunity to spend less on washing your stuff. But if I could put a road there and I could get sales vans who come in there now, it means that somebody could open a shop.
Exactly.
Now you have access to goods and services in that community that you didn't have before. So we need to see the vision behind the acts that are happening, so that at the end of it all, the people must always be the ones who benefit.
Right. So after the town hall a few nights ago in the Anglican school, one of the constituents engaged me and they say, one thing Gillian is always on the ground. Is that true? Or is just
no
saying good things about
I'll show you going to be in the seat this morning. Telling you, he's about walking the road.
How is that?
As a road man.
How is that strategy and type of engagement benefiting your cause?
I'll give you a little secret about me. So before I even got into politics, I spent my life in sports. So I always training, I'm always on the ground. So I'm always there. But as part of my daily routine, I walk a lot of this constituency. So I do sometimes, from Sates to Davie on the mornings. Sometimes I go to Chantemelle. Sometimes I come around Mali. When I lived at Chantemelle, Saturday mornings, I would walk from Chantemelle through the mountain to Montreal, and come around Snell Hall and come down every Saturday. Now I do from Sates to Tivoli, down through Poetry, and come down through Vasali and come back. So I'm always in touch, not just with my constituency, but the parish as a whole.
Right.
That is part of my daily routines. Whenever there is football in any, we have about 7 playing fields up here. So wherever there is football, any sporting activity, especially if children are involved, I am there. I'm there supporting and cheering them on because I know how important that is for children. It's great as a child to have a parent or have somebody in your community that you look up to coming out there and cheering for you and supporting you. You want to do a little bit better. You want to do a little bit more. You're going to get a little bit more committed. And that is important because it keeps them off the block, keeps them away from, some of the things and the pathways that can lead them down to, to that place where that is undesirable. But in the political scene, on a daily basis, I walk this constituency. I go out and meet people. Sometimes I wait for people by the market. I engage people at the market. I go on the beach and meet the guys who, the fisher folk and so forth, meet them out there. Farmers, you have to make an appointment with farmers because when a farmer gets to his land, it's work time and they spread out. Everybody have the plots and the pieces. So you have to make an arrangement to do that. And I want to be right after the carnival. Something I want to start doing now, having a platform where I could bring people like the farmers in together, bring in police officers together, bring in nurses together, educators, because education is very important for St. Patrick. And we have some facilities here like, the TAMCC area there. And I believe that we could get a lot more out of it if we invest a little bit more in it. And it'll benefit not only St. Patrick, but we have neighboring constituencies like St. Mark, St. Andrew, Northeast and so forth, and Northwest. They too can benefit from upgraded TAMCC facility at St. Patrick, simply because the distance is shorter, easier for transportation, lighter on the pockets, of the parents and so forth. And the food is more affordable.
So you are advocating for an enhanced TAMCC where more services, more courses are done, and people can actually do full courses. And might I say, if that is done, it means that people from St. Andrew, so many people from St. Andrew, it's easier to get up here. And this morning,
absolutely.
I must confess, I took about 20 minutes to get here, which is not very good driving, maybe too fast. But I'm just making the point that it's also a point where St. Andrews people can come. I mean to ask you though, Brother Green, are the young voters, the young and new voters, excited about your representation?
I think our new and young voters are not excited about politics at all.
Right.
That's the truth. It's not that they don't see some benefits in it for them, but they tell themselves, they're not seeing the pathway. When they look back, they look forward. They're not seeing the pathway from, how is this person going to help me? Or what policies this party is going to bring in? How is that going to move me from where I am right now towards my dream or my goal? Some persons don't even have dreams and goals. They're in survival mode. And it's difficult to have people come on board and support when they're in survival mode. Right. You have to deal with the basic instincts first, food, clothing, shelter. Those things are what's important, because we could come and we could have great conversations about the future. But when we finish that conversation, if I have to go home and that pot empty and I have 3 children to feed and somebody quarreling in my head, that is some of the frustrations that build up in homes and families, So but there are a lot of young persons who know me. I was a teacher for about 12 years. And I know a lot of students. So and those students are now parents. Strangely, they're now parents, and so I have a good relationship, like I said, with my community. The children in my community, they're like my children too. Right. So I have that great engagement. And once you get into those teenage years, I want you to start having. I want to start having a conversation with you about, hey, where you going, what you're doing, because we find that a lot of our young persons, they get into secondary school, for example. Let's just forget the how prepared they are when they get into secondary school, first and foremost, because by the time some of them get to Form 3, Form 4, they're out of secondary school, which is concerning. But when you're getting there, let's talk about those who are there, they're working hard, the system is working for you. You're getting there and you're going to start picking up some subjects to do. But there is not an end product behind those subjects. You're just doing some subject for the sake of doing some subjects. Right. And you're following a career that is not available in Grenada. What is the likelihood for you to now receive a scholarship? Are you positioning yourself for that? We have millennium goals. We have vision 75 now. That's what it's called. You have to position our young people according to those goals, because that is where the government is going to be investing for the next 20 years or so in the future. That's where the opportunities are going to be. So, for example, if you have the opportunity to study your physics and your engineering and so forth, to become a rocket scientist, that is great, you're brilliant. But it's not going to happen here in Grenada. We have to export it to NASA.
Right.
However, if we are expanding the port project, for example, then you could use that same engineering skill to become an engineer that could deal with structural engineering that now helps to create and support the things that
All right,
we're
Brother
doing.
Jelani, I like the discussion, but we must take a break. And you ain't going nowhere, okay? You're from Sotez. So we're back in a few minutes, guys. Share the live. Get excited about this.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
From Grenada to the wider Caribbean, this is Triple N News, your trusted source for the latest stories shaping our communities. We'll have the details when we return.
In an industry where customers expect quality, M&N Hardware Limited is a leader in locally manufactured aluminum windows, doors, roofing, and guttering. Our manufacturing division is efficient, flexible, and will always go the extra mile to surpass customer expectations. If you need security, sash, casement, or projected windows, we're able to do it. Our security and heavy-duty doors are state-of-the-art and can be customized specifically for you. Using innovative coating technologies and protective film, our roofing and guttering is weather-resistant, providing outstanding color retention for many years. Available in 24 and 26 gauge and a variety of color options. We are the leading company. A family that is proving to customers they can have their dream products. M&N Hardware Limited. Foundation to roof, let's build together.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Peter Joseph. The Grenada Tourism Authority has announced that Stacey Libbard has officially concluded her tenure as Chief Executive Officer, effective July 22nd. Libbard assumed the role in June 2025 and was responsible for the executive management of the Grenada Tourism Authority, including destination marketing and stakeholder engagement for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique across both established and emerging markets. In the region, in Trinidad and Tobago, Minister of Education Dr. Michael Dowlath has announced the implementation of the Pearl program, an early intervention tool developed to diagnose visual and hearing impairments in children from as early as 4 years old. Details in this report.
At Thursday's opening of the Caribbean Deaf Education Conference at UWI St. Augustine, Education Minister Dr. Michael Dowlath announced the implementation of the Pearl program beginning in September 2026. Originally designed to enhance the quality of education for persons within the OECS region, the initiative will deliver early diagnosis of hearing and visual impairments in children as young as 4 years old. Alongside this initiative, the minister noted that the Learning Without Limits, the national rollout of laptops for Form 1 students, will now feature AI-supported learning interface tailored for students with disabilities.
For students who are deaf or hard of hearing, the ministry is exploring AI tools that can support sign language communication, provide visual or text-based assistance, improve safe navigation, and use features such as mobile phone vibrations to alert students to alarms, approaching vehicles, or other potentially dangerous sounds.
Minister Dowlath added that emphasis will be placed on sign language training and ongoing professional development.
So at the Ministry of Education, we are prepared to transform the systems by earlier identification and intervention, by including support of families and greater access to Trinidad and Tobago Sign Language. Also, we are looking at programs for the continued professional development of our teachers, our educators, and our support staff.
And in sports, Vincentian Jaden George has made sporting history by becoming the first squash player from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to compete at the Junior World Squash Championships. George described the achievement as an honor, saying representing his country on the world stage is a life-changing experience. The young athlete, who has been playing squash since the age of 6, said years of dedication and daily training made the milestone possible. George also hopes his participation will raise the profile of squash in St. Vincent and the Grenadines attract greater support for the sport and inspire more young people to get involved. Looking ahead, he says his ultimate goal is to compete on the professional squash tour. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour. Turn us on via www.drealfmgrenada.com or WhatsApp us today, 442-0175.
Hurricane season is here, and the best time to prepare is before every season.
Yo, Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All bad squad assemble.
Because
the thing starts.
Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave.
We bad blood take over. They feel like I'm joking with them when I catch them is over.
Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event, a spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers, all backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum.
I'm back in me bag on this road.
Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket, Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
Hurricane season is here, and the best time to prepare is longer through every season. Youths of St. Andrew, are you looking for a new opportunity? If so, Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness is inviting 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 to take part in a free 1-year CMOS farming training program. Participants will receive hands-on training in sustainable, eco-friendly CMOS cultivation along with a monthly travel stipend. And here's the best part, 2 of the 5 places are reserved for young women. To apply or learn more, email ann.harvey0188@gmail.com or send a WhatsApp message to 473-458-9475. Applications deadline Thursday, July 31st, and training begins on Monday, August 17th, 2026. Don't miss this opportunity to gain valuable skills, earn while you learn, and grow a brighter future with CMOS farming. Apply today. Spaces are limited. Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness.
classic furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction.
Call us today on 442-4645.
Classic Furniture.
For 40 years, Answer Coatings Grenada has been part of your story. More than paint, it's pride and care in every drop. As the proud manufacturers of Sissons and Berger paint, we've protected your homes and communities for generations. Answer Coatings Grenada Limited, 40 years strong, 40 years trusted. A legacy in every drop.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We have Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday.
Welcome back, guys.
All right, good. Thank you so much. And listeners and viewers, we still have Brother Jelani Glenn with us. He's from St. Patrick's and Sotez, so he can stay a very long time with us. It's really good to have him. We're having some really good, healthy conversations. I can tell you he's fired up, ready to represent. And I'm betting on him, as I said. I'm betting on him for St. Patrick's West. I believe he's doing a remarkable job. And he will bring the seat home. We were talking about representation. And as a constituent yourself, what has been your experience and how do you grade your current representation? After you answer that, then you will say what you will do different.
All right. So in answering that, I'll lay out a disclaimer. My current representative is from Chantimel.
Oh, brothers.
Yes. And Chantimel people do not ever tear down each other. So I believe he is doing his best to represent the constituency within his capacity and the resources available to him. That being said, I believe there is much room for improvement and a lot to be desired. Right. We have people seriously hurting in this constituency. And I will just categorize it and we could put things that fall in place. So let's start with our senior citizens. You go to the Hilarion home right now and it is filled. The number of senior citizens there. As someone who has elderly parent themselves, I understand what are some of the challenges, especially if you're working to deal with, having elderly parents and loved ones to cater for them and so forth. And this is not just something about seed money and that type of thing. It's really about providing the care and attention that they need for 24 hours, because you do have some of these elderly persons, they have physical limitations. Some of them, they're starting to suffer from things like dementia and that type of thing. Some of them, the eyesight not so good, and others, you have medication and so on they need to take because they may have communicable disease, which is prevalent at that age. So we recognize that there's a lot of our senior citizens that are being left out and left behind and not receiving the type of care and support that they need. Right. And when they look to the representative for support, quite often the representative is not around. Then we have our working class people. We had a town hall just the other night and someone raised a point. And like I said, being a constituent myself, I connect with a lot of those challenges. It's difficult for a young person. I see, persons early in the morning leaving home. I could tell you what time the first bus leaves Sotez to go to Grenville or to go to St. George's. I could tell you which route it's passing because I'm out there and I see it daily. I can see the people that's getting on there. There are persons who have to, the road is so bad, there are people who have to drive and park the cars and then take the bus to go to and from work and then take the cars to go back home, right? We have young people who have to get to TAMCC to get to school in the city, and they have to leave so early, but when they have to come back, it's a fight on the terminus to get a bus. Now, when you get to Form 5 and so on, you have late evening classes, that type of thing. You have TAMCC, you have labs, you have those kind of projects and so forth. When you get to the bus terminus, you know, imagine, like, and I said openly, my son who recently graduated from TAMCC, you know, he used to come home depressed, you know, getting home 7:30, 8:30 at night. And he's saying, you know, that I finished school since 5 o'clock on the terminus, but I wasn't grown in a way to, you know, fight with a pregnant person, or fight with a lady with a baby, you know, or push a set of elderly to get a space on a bus so I could get home. But he said, if I have to get home earlier than that, that is the only option.
So we can outlay several problems, and I'm not from Shanty Mills, so I don't have to know speak like you. I believe the representation is terrible. I'm not from Shanty Mills, so I can say anything. And we want better. So what would you want to see, and how would you achieve this? How would you want to do it better?
Well, I say, listen, to cure some of those problems, like I say, we're going down the list. You have your elderly that have a set of problems on their own, the challenges. The working class, the people who are actually working. And if you recognize, most of our working class here is people who work out of the parish.
Right.
Whether you're doing construction or, you know, office work or whatever, your security is out of the parish. So you're always moving out. And then we have our young people, which is another challenge. You see the gambling, you see the alcohol abuse and drug abuse. You see them on the block, you know, the idle hands and that type of thing. And then there's no programs. You know, we say, yes, there are programs, but the programs not reaching them. Nice. And even if the programs are not are available, they're not aware of it, or they're not engaged in a way that it connects with them, that makes them want to be a part of it.
So flip that and tell me why.
So we're changing that. Yeah, that have to change. So I've seen a new national party. We've done this before. This is not about July England coming in with something new and fiery.
Awesome, right.
We have done this before. We have a blueprint of how to do this. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Pierre. Doing this is not just about, first of all, you have to show up and you have to be present. That's number one, because you would never know if you're not present. That's number one. Number two, you have to cooperate and collaborate with people. You don't have all the answers. Sometimes they do. Sometimes you have the answer for your problem, you know, Mr. Pierre. You're just not in a position to change the circumstance around it. So you then engage and connect with that, and you help them to move forward. I think what a lot of our people want to see from their representative are pathways. They want to see pathways to move them from where they are to where they want to get to. That takes a lot of dialogue. Sometimes we have to take the problem and go to the technocrats, like we like to call them, to come up with a plan. Then we come back and say, hey, look, this is the plan we're thinking. What do you think about this? How is this going to affect you? Man might say, well, listen, that sounds real good and great, you know, but I ain't going to show up to no class, and I ain't going to sit down and do nothing, and I don't know what I'm eating. And at the same time, you will say, okay, I'll provide you with a stipend to help with your transportation, to get a meal so that you could take the classes and get the certification. But when you do that, you recognize that that stipend is being used to, because they're already in drug habits, in alcohol habits, and gambling habits. A man still thinking, look, boy, I could take that $200 stipend, I could flip it, I could make $5. You know, so whilst engaging, you still have to monitor those things and come up with means and ways.
There's one of the benefits that the government boasts about free tuition, and we're talking about St. Patrick's, that is a distant away from National College. What have you been seeing, and can free tuition for all cure the issues? Do we welcome it? There are persons who need much more, and I suspect the students from your parish, your constituency,
feel it the most.
Yes.
Well, maybe you'll say like Carrico. I'll tell you this, and maybe something we should consider. TAMCC don't have no school feeding program.
Right.
TAMCC don't have. You ever thought about that?
That's true.
TAMCC doesn't have a school feeding program. You could buy your lunch there, but there is no school feeding program. So you have to buy your lunch to go to school. So you, from being from St. Patrick, you have to pay your transportation. You have to pay the most money because you're coming before this. You have to spend the most time on the road, or an hour and a half traveling up, and it's like 3 hours a day. You're just spending on a bus, right? We're not talking about how long you have to wait for the bus, right? You get to TAMCC, you have to buy your meals. You're there for what if you have a class in the morning, one in the evening? You're there for the entire day. That means you have to sustain yourself. So the cost to you is great. You know, a lot of our students, they start off nice, but when that resources start to run down and you start to question what is in the pot at home, for you recognize that they stop going to the classes. That's why at TAMCC up here is so important.
So you spoke about enlarging and enhancing TAMCC up here, that will reduce the amount of students who will be going down to St. George's.
Very much
and
so.
then you know the NNP historically has always looked after those who cannot look after themselves. So there are students who just don't only need tuition, they need transportation, they need food, they need pocket money, right? And the NNP understands that, right? And as part of whether it's a social response or social contract, or whether it is a support for education, so to speak, they've always looked after those who needed much more than tuition. So if you just throw tuition after everybody, there's some people who would benefit and who would love it, everybody would benefit. But what about those who need much more than tuition? And that is what the NNP understands, you see. And an understanding of the issues is what this government lacks. So they boast about it. I tried to get some statistics about the dropout. You know, they squeezed me, I didn't get it. But I would get it and I would analyze the persons who had to drop out because of a lack of additional support. So sometimes when we believe we're doing something and the NDC boasts about free tuition, and I see some posters they're using our students, right, as a weapon and say, well, you know, the government is doing so well because they got free tuition. As if that is something new. There is absolutely nothing new about this.
Nope.
I was saying to a young person, if it is my son attends National College, and as a parent I can afford to pay for a tuition and his transport, then by all means let me do it. It doesn't mean I won't mind the saving. So, but what about a parent who is not able to pay anything at all? The savings from me, who can afford to pay, would go to that parent, that family, and to take care of that particular student. Don't you know that registration in some secondary schools is upwards from $250?
Yeah, I paid.
Yeah. So
So that parent that has to register 2 children in a particular secondary school, right? How is she coming by $500? So you see, the government speaks in silos and not understanding what is happening on the ground. So students had to fall out from National College because they can't afford to pay bus, they can't afford to buy food.
So Pierre, you're saying this, I can tell you, when you're talking to me, you're speaking words, but I'm seeing faces.
Yeah, well, yeah.
And a parent who came to me just about a month ago. Tears. And guess what the tears is about? What she should be happy about, celebrating, having tears. Because she have one child going in from preschool into primary school, so there's one graduation. Another one who just passed the CPA going into secondary school, like 2 graduation, and she have 2 in secondary school graduating. She's saying, how in God's world? Because this is on top of just the graduation and the fees you have to pay. But you know, if you're in secondary school, you also have your little ball and thing. And you cannot deny children that. That is one thing. If I had to take my last dollar to help somebody to get a little suit or something, because that is important for them. That's your a once in a lifetime. But that's happening once, and they want it to be memorable for them and enjoyable. But how do you purchase suits and gowns and shoes and all that? And I can't give you all that, and then I have to pay the graduation fee for. So when you look at all those graduation fees put up together, it's well probably over $2,000, you know. Fees and what other things you have to go.
You don't get to wait for the 2 VAT-free days that the minister and prime minister are not sure which days it's going to be. So we're still waiting on that, because the fact is that we have a sort of depressed economy. Persons are actually undergoing a lot of hardship. And during our conversation while we were on the break, this idea of 8% unemployment is ludicrous, right? Because if you're on the ground and you're engaging people, you realize if that is 8%, I would like to see what is 13%, right? And I always bring my mind back to the number of persons who lost jobs when this government took office, right? Sometimes we kind of euphemize it and make it look as if they're nobody because they were doing maybe what we consider to be low-income jobs, but it was jobs anyway, right? So they get sent home or thrown out. You had the Minister for Carriacou and Diplomatic Affairs boasting about how good it was to fire people maybe who didn't support the NDC and to bring in his people. These people are so divisive that they draw a line between their people and some other people. I'm not too sure if we are foreigners, but we are all part of the same country, right? So you have that going on, and people are not able to meet basic needs. So intake for schools now registration is psychological trauma to parents.
Yep.
They just can't afford to do it. I wanted to speak a little bit about Livera project, the Livera Hotel project. I know it's called Grenada National Resort. It's one of the largest, listen to me good, it's one of the largest tourism and investment developments in the Grenada's history. And it is located at Livera, which is your parish in St. Patrick, right? More than 400 acres of land at the island's northern tip. The project has been developed by Hencheng Group under, listen to that, the Grenada Citizen by Investment Program, right? And I'm talking about, it's not a new project, but that project was budgeted under the leadership of the new National Party. And we're talking about capital project coming from the bowels of, or the lines of the CBI project. This government boasts about $1 billion in earnings, and not a single project coming from it, right? We know where that money has been spent. But if you're talking about vision for St. Patrick has been clamoring for something sustainable. And the government, the new National Party government, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Dr. Keith Mitchell, responded in a magnificent way by allowing this project to take place in Livera, right? You're talking about a 500-suite luxury hotel, 18-hole championship golf course. I realize that they're asking now for a conversation to discuss the golf course, right? I just have to remind everybody that that's an NMP project, right? Though this government went in and they had some adobes and so on and took some photographs, this thing came from the vision of the new National Party. Let me say this. When the people of St. Patrick's are talking about East and West, thinking about going to vote, that had to inspire them. Because you would now speak about how that can impact. I mean, talking about farmers. You speak about that.
All right. So let me start from policy, because you see it starts somewhere and then there's a result, right? And then keep in mind that I've said from the beginning that whatever policy you put in place, the result must be it benefits the people, right? So as it pertains to CBI, now we're happy up here to have the Grenada National Resort, but we could add Six Senses, we could add Silver Sands, we could add a number of projects that the CBI initiative as a policy have resulted in direct investment that our people have benefited from. They've gotten employment. You know, we've seen tourists and so on coming into our establishment. I could tell you, we have some, persons coming in here, some celebrities and so on that come through Grenada that we're not even aware of. We have no actors and so on claiming their bloodlines and visiting Grenada because why? Not just that the fact that they have family here and they want to reconnect, but they can come here and be safe, be comfortable, and have the level of luxury and so forth that they're used to, right? So that type of vision and the policy that delivers that is always something that the NNP has done consistently. Now, when you compare that to what the NDC government has done, they've used the same program that was the NNP initiative, but nothing has been delivered in terms of that. Now, when NNP was doing it, you claimed that we were selling it with birthright and with passports. But you've sold more than 3 times more passports in only one term, in 4 years, not even a full term. In 4 years, you've sold several times more passports, and you boasted about how much money you've made from it. But according to the movie, show us the money. Where have that money resulted in the infrastructural development, into the tourist product, into the agricultural sector? There is no way, right? Now we have the Grenada National Resort. Great initiative, great idea. As a matter of fact, I think we need a second one in St. Patrick, good, right? So that came out under the vision again of the new National Party leadership of Honorable Dr. Keith Mitchell. Visionary. You know, the NDC protested against that, placarded and demonstrated against that same investment. The one that they taking all the pictures on and post up at Heng Shengin and Chinese.
They protested in last year, you know.
Protested again, right? Now, who boasted more about 6 cents in last address? Who boasting more about the Riviera Hotel project? No, you. I don't know if you know this, but St. Patrick now hosts the tallest building in Grenada.
Well,
we set the landmark like Trade Center in the US. We had a record standard now, but it's more than that, and just boasting about records. This project is going to bring. It's expected to be a 400-room hotel with villas and all of that. That's going to bring thousands of not only jobs but visitors to St. Patrick. Mr. Pierre, when tourists come to St. Patrick right now, they visit 2 places and they go. They don't even pass through the top. Tourists don't know what hotels look like. When tourists come to St. Patrick, look at it go here. Yeah, when tourists come to St. Patrick, they visit Belmont Estate.
The welcome stone.
Right? They go over to the River Antoine Estate. They jump back on the bus and they jettison. If you have a local taxi, you may get a little better feel. So they may take you to the Welcome Stone, they may take you to the Caribs Leap, and they may take you to the Carib Stone in Montreal. That is it.
Mr. Glee, just take a pin there. I just want the people who are listening, particularly from St. Patrick's and their adjoining villages and parishes, what that would mean for a market day in Sautez.
Well, under this current government, it means absolutely nothing.
Well.
That's what I'm trying to... Listen, Rome wasn't built in a day. And you have to be prepared for when Rome is built. Rome wouldn't be what Rome is today if we only focused on the construction. You also have to focus on the systems. The systems that are going to provide the labor force. So we have now, this hotel is scheduled to be opened, the first phase of it, next year. We haven't begun training and certifying. What are the jobs that are going to be available there?
The government has no clue what's taking place in them. Mr. Blue, let me say this. On outside of taking photographs and having refreshments and so on and turning salt and so on, if the government understands how development should work, they should be busy now preparing people, training people. Because let me say this, that St. Patrick's must position itself to provide vegetables and fruits and so on for this hotel.
Yes.
And how are they prepared? All right? So there's a lot of work to be done, and I believe it will fall right at the doorstep of the NNP because the NNP knows how to match their vision with work on the ground.
With the mission, exactly. So, you're hitting the nail on the head, Mr. Pierre. So here's the position we're in right now. This hotel is going to be open next year. The Chinese are working, Singapore, they're working very hard to deliver this thing. To this day, the people of St. Patrick do not know. We do not have a list of what are the jobs that are going to be available, what is the qualification that's going to be required, and the experience and the training and so on that's going to be required. What you need to come into the gate to it, and then they will do their own unique training because it's their facility and they have to be done their way. Right? So we don't have a list of that. So the child that's in Form 4 right now, preparing and going forward, do they know what job is available to them here when they finish school? The child that's in Term CC, how can my qualifications match? Or do I need to pivot and move there because I'm really interested in that career path so we can get there? So if the person who is actually going to work there don't know how to be prepared for that, what is the farmer doing? What is the fisher folk doing? What types of fish they're going to want? What are the fruits and products? What is the standard it has to be delivered at? What is the frequency, the consistency? Because you know part of the challenge people always have with our local farmers is consistency in delivery. And that's why, again, our MNIB was always important. MNIB was a distributor. So you could get your consistent supply from MNIB, but MNIB deals with 100 farmers. So MNIB's supply from the 100 farmers makes MNIB consistent. That one out of the 100 farmer cannot consistently supply you. So we need to put the systems in place. But this government has made no move to do those things. So the hotel is coming, the great opportunity is coming, and we're not doing anything in addition to that.
You know what hurts me the most? This government has the backbone to say that nothing happened for 23 years. And yet they go and they celebrate when this hotel is being open or there's activities there. I mean, this thing is staring you right in your eyes.
Yeah.
And they refer to it as nothing. I mean, that's a mega project. And if we position ourselves properly, St. Patrick's, right, a lot of our problems will be alleviated. Because I am picturing now Saturday market in Sautez, and when there may be activities there. I don't know what the two representatives saying to their constituents. I mean, what is the Minister of Finance saying to people in River Sally? These people are not supposed to be able to get a vote again, you know.
Listen, well, I'm much further down that road than you know. I know that is coming. Well, here's what I'm looking at, Igwe. I'm looking at the jobs with Acosta I'm doing. That is going to be available.
Right.
I'm talking about taxi service.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about improving the tourism products that we have. What is there at Carib Sleep? What is there at Carib Stone? What is there at the slave pen? You understand? You know, someone said to me the last time, oh, well, the slave pen is private property and the owners and this and that and that. I'm saying, listen, brother, we could put a slave pen anywhere we want to. Build it, put it in there as a tourist attraction, reflecting on our... It doesn't have to be the genuine thing that says, oh, this is where this happened. But this is a replica of what took place here. Here's the history. Here's why our culture is what it is. Here's why we have oil dung. You don't recognize if you go across the Caribbean, there's some parts that are similar. They have these differences where it's similar, but there are common themes throughout it. We have oil dung, things like pilau, things where you throw food together to create a dish. You know why? Because as slaves, you get what is the remnants, and you whatever you got, a little piece of this, a little piece of that. You make good with it and you put it together and you make something, and we've made beautiful things out of it, culinary delights, right? But we have to start getting opportunities for our young people, because here's what: some people are going to go and work in the hotel. Some people already have their businesses going, that they're farming, they're fishing, whatever. But some people are looking for, where's their space? How do I carve out a space for myself? Can I lease the thing from government? Can I lease Carib Sleep from government and create something there that's a tourist attraction? And when they come, there is craft there is an experience there is a digital screen that gives me the history. I could put my head on a Carib cutout, you know, and take a photo, give you an experience. And how is that experience different from when I visit the slave pen? What is that experience going to be? That's where African heritage, that's all this or that. Even the tongue of Sautez. Have you ever thought about, I know Igwe, that never crossed Igwe's mind, that we have enough history, the tongue of Sautez, to do walking tours with tourists the same way it is done in St. George's?
Of course.
Right? So you have all of that is going to be available. But our people must be trained, they must be prepared. If you're doing walking tours and so on, you must be trained in first aid. What if somebody has a heart attack? What if somebody has fallen trip and you need to administer some first aid and that kind of thing? So we have the resources, we have the network, but we're not connecting it, because you know why? Everything that has to happen is only happening if the government have their hand on it and they could claim it.
Mr. Green, listen to this. I have lost all hope in this government. I'm not going to shy away from it. And I am betting now on the team that you're part of, the new National Party team, to treat with these issues. I don't believe the government has the capacity to understand the value of such a mega project. They continue to say that nothing was done. And they do not understand how this can change the face of St. Patrick's and what it can do for St. Patrick's. Because the thing is, the Prime Minister has secretly written to CARICOM to get involved, showing interest in the enhanced CARICOM movement program. He has not told us about it. We learned it from the person I dubbed as the Grenada Prime Minister, Honorable Mia Motley, because she tells us first. And normally, whoever has the information and share it first is the person that leads, right? You know that,
yeah.
Right? So I herald her as the Prime Minister. But maybe they're relying on people coming in to take the jobs, because certainly they don't seem to want to involve us.
You know, I'm always worried about where we're going. And like I said, at the end of the day, things must benefit the people, and the people must be part of the decision making, and they must be made to understand what is there in this for me, but what I must do as an individual, what we must do as a community, because this is what is going to benefit us. Listen, I challenge that if we don't pivot with this project, this national resort project, the tourists are going to come here, because this thing is almost like a little mega city. Yeah?
Of course it is.
The tourists are going to come in there, they're going to enjoy their time in there, and they're going to leave with whatever even seen St. Patrick. I'm worried about that. We have to get our tourists to come. We have to get our people in. to work and to create and to entertain and all that, so they could get that benefit. And then we had to get the tourists in the communities so that they get to experience the culture and so forth, and the people in the community who are not working there also get an opportunity to benefit. Well, that also means we need to have our Shotney get-together thing. We need to have that more than once a year. We need to have our steel pan celebrations and more than once. We need to have Saraka in different communities. So you see, when the tourists come now, how the average man on the ground gets an opportunity to make $1, and that has to be the vision. And I will say to you this. You look at some projects. Fort George, the Molyneux project, the Simon Cultural Center. Projects that were there since NNP was in office before elections 2022. We are in 2026, my God. And those things ain't finished yet.
Well, Mr. Glynn, I've looked at this project, and that includes the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School. Much work was done, and that project, just there, work has been done now. The Simon Cultural Center is close to me, very dear to me. And this thing is just dragging on. And the thing is, the government gives no explanation, and they are not reporting on the cost overruns. Let me tell you something. I am convinced now that the government is cash-strapped, that they have no money. We have been talking about some young doctors now for weeks. We started talking about it when they were 15 weeks in late payment. And I understand that they get some money now, but not all. The question is why, Mr. Glynn? The question is why, and I'm getting very uncomfortable that more and more groups of workers, right, are getting payments late, or some of them starving from payments. And that could only be that this government has run out of funds, and we want them to run out too, because we're not going to continue with them.
Well, we're seeing it, I think it boils down to poor management. And let's put things in context. Because I like to talk to men on the ground. You always hear me referring to Igwe. Igwe is a man who is always on the ground. Igwe talks to the average youth. He goes in the mom and pop shops and those kinds. So he's a man who's on the ground. He has a conversation. Can you imagine the 15 million odd that we've wasted on the Molyneux project? Well, Fort George can't even finish yet. Wastage again. All those projects, those celebrations we've had that we've wasted millions of dollars on to put up lights, put it down. We don't even know where the lights are. Who owns the lights? Were they rented? Did we actually ever own the lights that you spend millions of dollars to put up and put on those things? If I take that and I put it into the context of going to, let's say, for example, I become the parliamentary representative, and I go to my political leader and I say, Prime Minister, here's what it is. Can we invest $2 million in St. Patrick? It's 2 constituencies. Can we invest $2 million in St. Patrick that is going to help train our young people and certify them for the jobs that are available? We could do a recruitment drive, use the secondary schools and primary schools available up here in evening to do afternoon classes to help them get the certification, the licenses and so on that they would need. Groupings that could perform services and so on for the hotel that they want to outsource but not necessarily employ people. We could get our farmers to start adjusting the productions and so on, that they'll be able to cater to, or farmer entity up here that deals with supplying the hotel with fruits and vegetables with all the farmers sell to that entity, right? Help us pivot so that our young people can move forward. Can we get $1 million that we're going to use to invest in 25 businesses? Give them a loan for $25,000 each. They can pay back over a 5-year period, and if you pay it back within the 5 years, you get a $5,000 grant out of that. So you're not even paying back the full 25 because it means you use it for the purpose and you're operating successfully. And we're going to use that monies. I just use your imagination here for 1 second. For 25 businesses in Sotes daily, you know how that is going to transform the look of Sotes and prepare us. Because here's what, when the tourists come in Sotes, they don't want to work with cash, They want to work with their credit cards and so on, and they buy 2 beers, but they pay for it with a credit card. So if the Joints Bar and Sevens Bar, Tequila Sunrise, Rhapsody, and all of them don't have that kind of capacity in Sotes, they're missing out on the opportunities. They say, I don't have the cash, then maybe another time.
You spoke about support for small business and development and so on, and it's not that the infrastructure is not there. The Grenada Development Bank would be the institution to give that kind of support, right? Listen to the government's approach to this institution. You have ministers receiving upwards from $2 million loan, right, to save their business or whatever they did with it. Breaking the law, right, supported by the Honorable Prime Minister, not just breaking the law, but starving the small business that requires that kind of support, right, whether it is to start up or whether it's to continue, right? So the infrastructure is there, but that is why we speak about mismanagement and mishandling. The Prime Minister didn't even give the minister a slap on the wrist. The directors, they were the directors who too got loans, who also broke the law.
Yep.
And the government just embraced this fraudulent approach, and that is currently affecting our small businesses. So, I mean, what you are saying there, the system is in place, but the mismanagement has been so widespread that now people can't get no money. I listened to a businessman in Carriacou pleading for funding to sort of revitalize and to bring back his business. And up to now, you're waiting. The people are just shut down on persons in need. And what they're doing is just pilfering the Grenada Development Bank. I see the bank trying to defend itself from a regulatory report saying that essentially the regulators don't know what they're talking about. That is where we are. And not one word from the government. Before you came, we were talking about, I know you're passionate about sport and young people. We were talking about the Prime Minister's declaration on how you treat with the lotto and the national lottery's money, and that it will be only used for sports and culture, full stop.
Yeah.
We had some young people who wanted to go to St. Lucia and then to Mexico, and they were cut out because there was no money. Our Prime Minister stayed very quiet, right? He emerges again to speak about the relief that is going to come, that they're not sure about. When it was spoken about, they asked about the day, they were like day in bright light. They had no clue what they were talking about. But look at what is happening now to the National Lottery Authority. You have names all over the place. We can associate them with sports and culture, many of them. But it as though, and if it's a fake post, but as though they have impending checks. All right? That worries me, particularly for our young people.
The wastage. It comes back to the management and the wastage. And you're quite correct to be worried. I am also so worried. You know, I big up the National Lotteries Association Authority. Last night they had some little ponchos to help in the event that the rains did come, so persons who didn't have umbrellas and so on, and they were able to distribute that, and I give them full kudos for that. It was a very good initiative. I hope that it continue tonight, and people who got ponchos last night, don't leave the poncho home and come back tonight looking for a new poncho. Come back with your poncho that you get last night, that, you know, easy button, so somebody else who is there and is unprepared could get an opportunity. But outside of that, when you look at the support that the National Lotteries Authority is supposed to provide in Carnival, in our major events and so forth, you know, the Prime Minister likes to make statements that he's unapologetic about. And so I go make one now. Sport as a whole in Grenada has gotten worse over the past 4 years under this government, under this administration. And I'll give you some examples. You look at our football product, it's horrible. The local football we're looking at is horrible. Do we have an association? Yes. But how are we supporting the association as a ministry? You have a sport department, you come with a what was it called? The sports councils, right? And I'm not blaming sports council trying to do what they could do with the resources that they have. But let's be real for a minute. The clubs, you have clubs in a federation. And we get to choose our representation through the federation, and we have a whole system set up already. Why is it that clubs or representatives of organizations in sporting organizations within the same community get to select who the football representative is, but you're not involved in football, right? And then you make decisions for football. Now, how have any sports council supported training, competitions, and so on for the young people? I've seen we've had one in the past 4 years since this sports council policy has come in place. We've had one event in St. Patrick here. We had a preschool sports. That's the only event. But we've lost things like the National Grenada Invitational, bringing athletes and so on from all over. You know how bad I just feel right now when I look and I can see, we see athletes from out there, social media, and these people have millions of followers, who have 52 million, who have 30 million followers across the world, saying, hey, I'm in beautiful Grenada. Hey, guys, check this out. Oh, I'm at this hotel. It's so wonderful. I'm having such a great time. People coming, bringing people, pushing Grenada forward. We want to invest in this last minute as if, is a rum shop we're running and we could do something last minute.
I think it's really important that we speak about the track record of the New National Party. Sometimes when you speak, people say, well, say what you're going to do going forward. But you could say that. But you see, a lot of what you're going to do forward is hinged on your foundation. Right? If you can't look back, you can't go forward. The New National Party has invested in sport, leaps and bounds. You look at the national stadiums, that really is a picture of what vision means when it comes to sport. You hear talks about nothing happened in 23 years. I don't know how you could get away from a national stadium. It's a beacon. You can't get away from it. And that could only mean that the NNP was serious about sport and sport development. And don't take it lightly with the Kiranis and the other stars that has emerged, how they got their inspiration from the fact that we had this excellent facility. Now they can train and so on. Just inspire them. All right. And I attribute that to a lot of the successes we are now having in sport. Remember, to succeed in sport is not overnight.
No.
I mean, if you think about the great sportsmen we had who never got there, right? And you look at what is happening now, you recognize that how the governments move and the initiatives they take are inspiring that move. If you continue like that, you're going to start to drop because the government is neglecting sport as far as I'm concerned. And we need to speak about track record, particularly for the new voters and the younger people who might not necessarily understand that when the 2008 NDC came, they said they're happy they won to stop the second stadium.
Yes.
Right? The NDC has a track record of stymieing sport and sporting facility. And I'm making no apology for this because it is the truth. Right? Now, you remember after the Hurricane Beryl, these guys put debris in some of the main sporting facilities in Carriacou.
Yes.
I'm talking about lumber and galvanized sheeting and old windows. And they're now trying to get it back. And I'm criticizing what they are doing because you're supposed to dig down this thing so deep and put new soil. I don't trust it. But I'm just telling you how callous and non-strategic this government is. So they have a poor track record when it comes to sport and sporting facility.
So if you allow me, I grew up in an era of great sporting Grenada. And part of that disconnect, and here now, I'm just ignoring the government, the governing party, I should say, with when it comes to that. And I just want people to understand some things. I think there is a disconnect with our young people in particular and that type of development. So it's easy to push that narrative to them that, hey, nothing is happening, in Grenada and so forth. But you've been here for 18 years, right? Here's what Grenada, I want to paint this picture. Because I experienced it, I lived this. The Queen's Park that now exists, where I grew up playing football, used to have 4 or 5 fields, right? You are coached by ground 1, ground 2, ground 3, whatever. There. The main field is like playing football inside a Moonlight City. I want people to understand that. It was wooden pavilion. As a matter of fact, the wooden pavilion that is in Tantine right now came from Queen's Park. We played football inside of, and if you go back and look at pictures of the old parades and so on for independence and so forth, you would see it's inside of the galvanized surrounding thing. You all remember when they had the Buju Bandan concert? And then people push down the and all this drama. So it was a clear indication then that we needed new facility, not only for sport, but that can be used for entertainment as well.
Right.
And so under that vision and leadership, we had the first stadium being built. And I remember feeling it. I ran in Queen's Park and played football up to the last year. That was my first year in TAMCC when old Queen's Park was destroyed. My second year in TAMCC, I had to run and so on at Tantine. Right? We made that sacrifice as a nation. But the 2-3 years we sacrificed as a nation, we were seeing a stadium being built with that sacrifice. Every day we sacrificed another block or another pile that was being driven. We could have seen what that sacrifice is resulting in. And then we got the first stadium. Okay, Ivan came, he destroyed. I remember walking out in the stadium. I played in the first football game that in the new stadium. I walked out on that. How proud I felt, how great I feel like a hero, right? Playing the game I love in front of the place, watching, and it's this new facility. I felt so good, right? Thereafter, Ivan Comey destroyed it. Oh my God, what a loss! How do we play that? Because I remember the sacrifice. And then the new National Party say, "Hey, listen, you ever hear about Grenada hosting Carifta before we had stadium? Think about that." We never had all these big concerts and
serious
all these
resilience
things that we have. West Indies cricket playing in Grenada. Don't we know the islands on West Indies cricket playing in Grenada, hosting World Cup. We host World Cup cricket, ICC World Cup,
Phenomenal, man.
Right? Now we could hold Carifta every 2 weeks if we want. No, that's the kind of development we've seen under a new National Party administration. You come to the local fields. Grenada is one of the most best places when it comes to local fields. I've been across the region, and Grenada has so many. Literally, right here in St. Patrick, we have about 7 playing fields. What I would like to see, some of those playing fields being specialized to cater to different sport, so that we could have sport all year round.
But I can tell you, you're winning driver's seat, so I will hold you to that not too long from now. Mr. Glenn, we have a few minutes before the break. We'll wrap up, and we want to thank you for coming. You have a spot, of course, on that chair. Anytime you're ready, we always want to talk to you. But without leaking the strategy, next steps for the win.
Next steps for the win. Well, we're in the carnival season, and I have great appreciation for that. So you could look at for me being around and supporting and being part of. You sometimes have to walk the road with not just the spectator, but you have to walk the road with the masquerader to understand some of the challenges that they go through and what is their vision and so forth for that. So I'm having that experience together with my constituency this carnival season, so that we have a better understanding and we could put out a better product. We have to be competitive within the space as well. As you can see, everything is happening. I've been driven towards the capital now in terms of a Spice Mass product, and I can see the reasoning and vision behind that. But I also have to look out for the well-being and for our people who can't afford, because I can tell you, not many of us in St. Patrick here could afford a $1,000 costume to go and play fancy mass in St. George's and that type of thing.
Job is cheaper.
Very much so. And Tuesday, Juve in Sotez is a spectacle outside of any other, and we know there is competition now in St. David, and we have competition now in Gov, people stopping off and so on. But there's only one Tuesday Juve in Grenada, Carrico, and Petit Martin, and that's Sotez Juve. And if you're missing it, then you're missing the genuine thing, the real thing, right? But that being said, beyond that, it's continuing engagement with our people, visiting them where they are, because sometimes you can't just bring people to you. Those we can bring collectively in groups, like I mentioned before, the farmers and so forth, the fisher folk, to have more engagements with them. That's one thing, because again, I want to point out that for our fisher folk in St. Patrick here, the challenges for them is very much different than the fisher folk in Guelph, right? And we need to have some serious conversations about that and plan the future and start pivoting where our fisher folk could have real incomes, show real benefit, manage their monies properly and so on, and improve their lives, right? So it's those type of engagement, going in the homes and meeting the people one-on-one, because they're not always available, going and meet them where they are and having engagement with them. And I'm sincerely asking our constituents to support both Robert White and myself here in St. Patrick. It's 2 constituencies but 1 parish, and you get the best of 2 individuals who've been born, bred, grounded in this constituency, that are willing to work, represent, and most importantly, serve you and show up for you when you need that service.
I'm Mr. Green, well said. It was good to have you. Don't make me lose my bet, both you and Robert. Good to have you. Good, wholesome discussions. I'm excited about your leadership in St. Patrick's West. I know you can do this. All the best to you. We will see you soon again.
Thank you so much, man. Blessing being here.
Let's take a break, Igwe. Yes, sir.
Andrew, we are also...
Turn us on via www.drealfmgrenada.com or WhatsApp us today, 442-0175. Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
From Grenada to the wider Caribbean, this is Triple N News, your trusted source for the latest stories shaping our communities. We'll have the details when we return.
Classic furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Ben Jones Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
Hello and welcome back. I am your presenter, Peter Joseph. Grenadian businesses are being encouraged to embrace digital innovation with the launch of Connect WI, a new online marketplace designed to simplify the way services are advertised, booked, and paid for. In the region, in Antigua and Barbuda, the government is reviewing a proposal to make Spanish the country's second language, with Cabinet this week considering a 3-year rollout across schools. Education Minister Darrell Matthew outlined the plan, which would require up to 20 additional Spanish teachers and a revised national curriculum aligned with international standards. The initiative also seeks support from Spain, the Dominican Republic, and other partners for teacher training. Director General of Communications Maurice Merchant stressed that French will remain in the system, noting Spanish expansion would not replace existing programs. The proposal has drawn criticism, with opposition figures and commentators questioning costs, priorities, and whether sufficient public consultation was held. Cabinet continues to weigh the plan as debate grows over whether Spanish should formally become Antigua and Barbuda's second language. And in sports, defending champions Barbados have once again stamped their authority on regional youth cricket, completing a flawless campaign to retain the 2026 Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 1950 over championship. In Wednesday's final, Barbados defeated Jamaica by 116 runs to cap an unbeaten run through the tournament. Asked to bat first, Barbados piled up an imposing 320 for 9 from their 50 overs. The innings was anchored by all-rounder Justin Paris, who struck a brilliant century, 100 from 98 balls, batting at number 6. Support came from opener Kelani Clark with 49, Kemmer Dixon with 48, and Arjai Gittins, who added late fireworks with 37 off just 19 deliveries. Jamaica's bowlers fought hard, with Alexander Elliott taking 4 for 40 and Jody Moore 3 for 58. But chasing 321, Jamaica faltered, losing wickets regularly before being dismissed for 204 in 43.5 overs. Demario Hall top scored with 47, while captain Padgett Nelson made 36. The victory sealed Barbados's unbeaten run and confirmed their status as back-to-back champions of the Rising Stars under 1950 over championship. This ends the latest news update as produced by Triple N. Thanking you for joining us.
Triple N. Informative, entertaining, and first. Every hour on the hour.
For 40 years, Answer Coatings Grenada has been part of your story. More than paint, it's pride and care in every drop. As the proud manufacturers of Sissons and Berger paint, we've protected your homes and communities for generations. Answer Coatings Grenada Limited, 40 years strong, 40 years trusted. A legacy in every drop.
All are invited to a community consultation on the proposed golf course at Olivera, part of the Grenada National Resort at Olivera Development. The consultation will take place this Saturday, July 25th at 1 p.m. at the Batway Olivera Information Center. Residents, stakeholders, and interested members of the public are encouraged to attend, ask questions, and share their views on the proposed developments. That's this Saturday, July 25th at 1 p.m. at the Batway Olivera Information Center. All are invited.
This Sunday, July 26th, the St. Patrick Carnival Development Committee presents Shotney Showdown on the Sates Bus Terminal. Start time 11 a.m. at the McDonald College Ground. Parade on the road to the bus terminal from 2 p.m. All bands will assemble at the McDonald College Ground for the first point of judging. Other judging points, Filbert Brothers Supermarket and Calico Supermarket. And the final judging will be on the Sates Bus Terminal, where the best of the best Shotney band will clash. Registration $150, so get ready. It's Shotney Showdown, the Sates Bus Terminal, this Sunday, July 26th. This event sponsored by Rivers Rum, the Ministry of Culture, and Glenelg.
Yo, Grenada on Tuesday, August 4th.
All bad squad assemble.
Because the thing starts. Get ready for the big one once again. The ultimate mass event is back. Crave. Crave, the birthday edition. Come celebrate with Grenada's mashup ambassador, Boise.
Because I don't give one boy. We don't do it.
Boise, as he celebrates his birthday with you. And for the first time, experience Grenada's first Twilight event, a spectacular day into night edition where the vibe starts early and carries straight into an unforgettable night of energy and entertainment. Come experience non-stop vibes, ultimate mass, and high energy entertainment by Grenada's top performers, all backed by the explosive Bad Squad Band. One day, one night, one massive celebration. We're talking dirty mass, paint, powder, girls, and rum. I'm back in me bag on this road. Tuesday, August 4th, Crave is the event everyone will be talking about.
There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket, Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, this is a legacy, this is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop. There is a difference between shopping and shopping well. For nearly 45 years, Calico has understood that difference. Because great shopping is not just about shelves, it's about standards. A place that feels safe, comfortable, and easy to enjoy. At Calico, quality is not hoped for, it is expected. More than a supermarket, Calico is your wholesale partner, your source for dependable hardware, quality appliances, and everyday household essentials. Families trust the name, businesses rely on the consistency, communities recognize the standard. And the best part? Value that is always practical, prices that are always fair, and deals that are always waiting for you. Because shopping should never feel uncertain, it should feel assured. This is confidence, This is Calico. Calico, your one-stop shop.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Benjoon Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
Hurricane season is here, and the best time to prepare is before through every season. Youths of St. Andrew, are you looking for a new opportunity? If so, Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness is inviting 5 young people between the ages of 16 and 25 to take part in a free 1-year CMOS farming training program. Participants will receive hands-on training in sustainable, eco-friendly CMOS cultivation, along with a monthly travel stipend. And here's the best part, 2 of the 5 places are reserved for young women. To apply or learn more, email ann.harvey0188@gmail.com or send a WhatsApp message to 473-458-9475. Applications deadline Thursday, July 31st, and training begins on Monday, August 17th, 2026. Don't miss this opportunity to gain valuable skills, earn while you learn, and grow a brighter future with CMOS farming. Apply today. Spaces are limited. Cinder's CMOS Health and Wellness. Hurricane season is here, and the best time to prepare is before through every season.
Classic Furniture. Our items are made from the best local wood available on island. Our products are made with love, care, and the experience we have gained over the years. Why do you even contemplate using substandard furniture, which is imported, when you can get the best made right here in Grenada? Our factory is located in the cultural village of Chantimel and our showroom on Benjoon Street, St. Andrew. We are also noted for refurbishing that piece of furniture to its initial look. When looking for quality furniture, there is only one place to look, and that's Classic Furniture, where we take care of your needs with utmost care. So give us a call today and put your furniture woes to rest. Classic Furniture, where love and luxury is combined to provide the ultimate satisfaction. Call us today on 442-4645. Classic Furniture.
Let us take you on a journey like no other, from the south, the east, the west, and finally the north, where the real fun begins. Real FM.
We are Forge Studios. Real FM. Every Friday, the people get a voice. Dxtention. Where real conversations begin. Time for talk, time for speak, time for hear the voices in the streets. Dxtention, bring the people in together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real, talking about the things the people feel. Every community got concerns, every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope. trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds, families trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all of we too. No shouting down, no turning away. Every voice deserve a chance to say what's on their heart, what's on their mind. Because solutions start when people combine. Time for talk, time for speak, time for your devices in the street. Dxtention, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them bear. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things the people feel. The farmers got concerns to raise. Workers talking about modern days. Students thinking about what comes next. Citizens discussing issues and facts. Road safety, education too. Community projects pushing through. Healthcare, housing, youth development. All of them deserve attention. Every color bring a different story. Different struggle, different journey. But every opinion help reveal what the people truly feel. One nation, many voices, different opinions, shared future. When people talk, people and progress have a chance to return. Respectful debate, make democracy strong. Listening to each other help move along. No perfect answers overnight.
Welcome back, guys. Remember, we haven't took no phone calls from since we start because it's been a busy morning.
You're very busy, but we're taking them now.
We go take it in and between 19 minutes past 10 o'clock.
Yes, welcome back.
We're here until 11:30.
Viewers and listeners, please share this live. We only just started. Just before the break, we were speaking to Brother Jelani Glynn, and we ended talking about a number of development that took place during the reign of the National Party. We talked about the National Stadium and all the others.
You know, listening Jelani this morning, I never knew he was thinking so fine tourism and.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, man. He brings supposed to be, man.
It's the real deal. I think St. Patrick West has a gift on the hand, and they need to make good use of it. Brother Jelani Glynn would give good representation. I trust his judgment, and I believe in his leadership. And we were talking about the great strides made, whether it's the bus terminuses or the cruise ship terminal or the stadiums, and we land on the Live Air project. That is a masterpiece as far as I'm concerned, and as a result of the great vision of the new National Party right here in St. Patrick's, and what that means for the people of St. Patrick's, what that means for businesses and the prospects for greater development. And you can only imagine the transport system and the marketplace and the fishing industry, what that would do, what it can do if St. Patrick's position itself to take full advantage of it. And, among the many things that the new National Party initiated is the National Sustainable Development Plan that would have served between 2020 and 2035. And the purpose of the plan is much broader than simply just setting government projects. The purpose was to serve as Grenada's long-term national blueprint for development, regardless of political parties. And this party, this Prime Minister has embraced this National Sustainable Development Plan wholesale. He didn't change a full stop or a comma of it. And if you ask me, getting your hands on a document that came from research and embracing the best minds, all the stakeholders, it's a gift. And I believe the fact that the Prime Minister embraced it could only mean one thing, that he accepted that was a wholesome plan that can push Grenada forward up to 2035. Let's listen to what he said, and we'll understand much better.
Enjoy the dream, but this dream is a plan. And the master of ceremony said, the Prime Minister's vision. But is this really the Prime Minister's vision? Is this really the Prime Minister's words? This is not meant to be a presentation. This is meant to be a conversation. So gone are the days when the politician tells you what the society will be like. The days we need are when we decide what the society should be like. So I want to, just as I reintroduce myself, reintroduce you to the National Sustainable Development Plan 2035. Let me say that again. I want to reintroduce you to the National Sustainable Development Plan 2035. Now, that plan was a plan I met. That plan was a plan I did not have a single input into. That plan was a plan conceived under another administration. That plan has an address to the nation by Her Excellency Dame Cecile Lagrenade. That plan has an address to the nation by the former Prime Minister and longest serving Prime Minister and longest serving Member of Parliament and current opposition leader. That plan was drafted by Grenadians from all walks of life who gave their input about this plan. This plan should have started in 2020.
Right. So you realize the Prime Minister, in his regular fashion, he referred to the Governor General. He never mentioned the New National Party, and he never mentioned the Right Honourable Dr. Keith Mitchell.
But he said the longest serving Prime Minister.
Yeah, he never called his name.
He never called his name. Yeah.
Because that's who the Prime Minister is. You know, he's trying to throw shade on the work of the Right Honourable Dr. Keith Mitchell. But the fact that he embraced the plan as his own admission without any change could only mean that the plan had merit. His government concluded that based on the sound research, the extensive consultation, and the national priorities, rather than narrow political gimmick, the plan represented sound strategic thinking. So he accepts it, right? That can only be seen as a recognition of the previous government's work. So when he said that nothing happened in 23 years, he couldn't be referring to this sustainable plan. And that says a lot, that during the NNP tenure, that they had a lot of foresight. They was thinking way ahead, all right? And that gave birth to projects like the Liver project, right? Project that would be sustainable and would only mark development and upward movement for the Grenadian people. We have a call, let's take it.
Good morning on the WhatsApp.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, we agree. Morning, Mr. Pierre. Morning, Mr. Glean.
Morning.
Mr. Glean left already.
Mr. Glean has left us.
Yeah, well, it's kind of confusing me. Now, the government, I heard the Prime Minister say that after the work is finished with these guys and them, they will, the guy from St. Lucia and them from Trinidad and fixing up the roads and things. The percentage they will be charging is 4.5%. You know, and couldn't the government get that money borrowed from maybe the World Bank or somebody else and pay 0.9 or 0.5% on it? What's going on? Is it that these people have something in common to they do the work and they do something for the government from that money? It's hurting me. I've been around long. I'm 77 years. And first time in my whole life, I've seen this thing going on. Now, I think we have to, Grenadians have to go through that, you know, because look at what happened in 2008. the government take care of the hurricane in 2004. Everybody was satisfied. They voted out the government. We had COVID. That government performed the best in the world. They still vote them out. God ain't sleeping, you know. God get vexed with us. So don't matter what we do, we have to wait until that election call. They can go to lose the election, but Grenadians get a warning, and we better pull up results. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you, Carla. Thank you for your contribution. We are talking about the Sustainable Development Project plan, sorry. And the fact that the Prime Minister and the National Democratic Congress accepted it wholesale, right, could only mean that they accept the work that was done, and they accept the vision, and they accept the way forward. But to me, they're acting contrary to this, right? Now they are gathering in their meetings for the new manifesto. I would think that this plan shapes Grenada's approach, shape Grenada's direction. We're hearing something totally different now. So although he accepts it, we ain't hearing much about it. We're not hearing much about it. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Igwe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Pierre. How are you today?
I'm good.
Okay. I heard Mr. Green was speaking about tourism. Tourism program. Okay, place to encourage the tourists there. Can
Yes.
pronounce
Yes.
the word.
Mm-hmm.
And Fortes is behind. Well, it's not lying there because it have a lot of places that could develop. So when the tourists come, they will not only stay in the town, go in these little places and go back down. Because it have a hotel after the home, the Hilarian home, the home for the elderly, going up to Davy, somewhere up there. You have a hotel named Pitians up there. I don't hear nobody talking about it. It's a nice hotel. That could develop, they could develop the road and build little booths on the side with little things as how the Africans to do, dress up as how I see other places. So you could know it have places up there of interest. So I think, developing these places and putting them on the map. Because I never hear nobody mention Pitians on the station yet. Only if maybe they say it another day. I went there once and it's very nice. It's a quiet place and you have a lot of view of the sea and you see other places far up as Davy on the bay up there because you're close to the beach. So the development, I will call for that. I would like to see a lot of more development in even the older buildings, repaint them, refurbish them, and put up new signs and let tourists know. Not only when you bring them in one corner, they see that and they go back. Places to encourage them to come. So them will be sort of strong as I knew it when I was small. So have a blessed day.
Thank you so much for calling. So I'm just simply saying that the fact that the government has accepted the Sustainable Development Plan wholesale could only mean that they embrace the work that was done by the New National Party, and it also means that the plan was sufficiently robust and could only serve in the best interests of the country. I needed to say this because there's a mantra that nothing happened for 23 years. But if you get a plan with a span up to 2035 and you embrace it wholesale, that is considered a gift. And I just want to make that point. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Igwe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. P.
Good morning, how are you?
Not too bad. Thank God for another day. Thank God for being in the land of the living. I was listening to this program last week, Friday. You get a call from Canada. A stalwart NNP.
Okay.
She's asking for the opposition to put out the candidates on the ground
Mm-hmm.
to do the house-to-house campaigning.
Right.
Especially St. Patrick West. We're taking it from the river with St. John to right down
Mm-hmm.
to Casaman, Red Mud. A place where I trod, Lord Gate.
Mm-hmm.
You work hard with Anthony Boswin. I'll show you here she mentioned his name.
Mm-hmm.
And it was great.
Okay.
And it was successful. So, I want the position to speak to the candidates and let them go out in the field. Walk house to house. Meet the people. Conversation with them.
Okay.
Tell them what is their plan. Tell them what they expect of them.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to see them only as election coming.
Right.
We want them to be there for the people and not for themselves. Jilani, this is Miss Mona. Give her a call. You know who she is. Have a blessed day, Mr. Pierre.
All right, take care, my dear. Good
Right.
hearing you. Thanks for calling. Igwe, the Imani program has been a real important beacon of hope for young people in the country.
I can't wait for you to come back.
And the New National Party has embarked on that program. Not perfect, but you hear the many, many testimonies that came from that program and how much it changed the lives of our young people. Heavily criticized, the NDC by their manifesto promised that no one would be cut from the program by their own manifesto. We know that they changed their mind on that once they got into office, and most of the persons were cut from the program. It's an important conversation I want to have on this, because it was a flagship program and it really served the young people well. As I say, not perfect, but there are a number of persons who stayed on longer than maybe initially planned for. And that was also heavily criticized by the NDC and even when they got into office. But I believe it was felt that, look, how do you put these people back on the breadline and they can assist, they can give support in some way or the other? While they were trained and they cannot yet get a permanent position, why not let us keep them on, right? And you hear the many success stories of this. The NDC, of course, has a totally different plan, and most of them are cut from the program. Upward from 2,000, I guess it was about 3,000, and after the election, now we have about 1,000 in the program. But listen to this. There is a particular minister, I won't call him this week, whose child who was never enrolled on the program managed to get $1,000 a month scholarship from this particular program that was so heavily criticized. See a letter thanking him for his application and for the scholarship under the New Imani program. And they congratulated him on his award of the scholarship. This person never set foot in the program, was never enrolled. There isn't a hard copy or a soft copy application on the system where he was ever part of the Imani program. So you see what is currently happening in our country. With all the criticisms that this program got, look at what this current government is doing. The same program they criticize. Look at what they are doing. So I leave it up to them to investigate. I know that they refuse to investigate almost everything in the country, except for those they believe would serve their interests. But this one, I wanted to look into it. I'm not calling on anybody to look into it, but I know they're listening to this program. I could tell when I get home, the responses I get on my messenger and all the cuss words and things. So I know they're listening. So what I want them to do is to investigate which child of which minister is receiving or has received for several months a scholarship as if he was in the Imani program. Come back and tell us about it. Otherwise, next week, I'm going to reveal who the minister is and who the child is and how much you receive. And I'm doing this only because, not because I want to ridicule anybody, because I'm very protective of people's personal interests, but just to show the hypocrisy of this government when it comes to what they say about the Imani program and how they've run it down to the very, very low, very least, and what they are doing, how they are taking advantage of the government resources for their own self-interest. I sent you a clip there a while ago I want to play. It's compliment somebody. You would be an NDC sympathizer.
A girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
NDC sympathizer. She was basically outlining all the earnings of the new ministers. And I have no issue with that. I think when persons are in office, they should look good. And if they earn their monies, they should also spend it in however they feel they should. But you see, I'm just showing, looking at the approach. So just play it, let's hear what she's talking about.
Karen just got into politics and she's building a house. Tevin just got into politics and he bought a truck and he bought a boat. Lennox Andrews just got into politics and he bought 2 boats. Andy just got into politics and Andy bought trucks and whatever. Kieran just got into politics.
So I'm not getting at the people from owning and buying what they have to buy. That's their prerogative. But I'm just sharing the approach that these people are really bent on self-interest. Because if you do have a son who is not in the program, how is he getting $1,000 a month? Why is he getting $1,000 a month? And he have not set foot in the program. That is the point I'm making. And that is why we are finding ourselves in a place where they can't pay the young doctors and they can't pay the persons who hold small contracts. That is the issue. So when Minister Cornwall speak about inflation, imported inflation, I'm deferring from him. Yes, it has influence, but I'm speaking about what we are doing right here is not imported. Because we are using the government funds, the taxpaying dollars, to serve our own personal interests. And after they've badmouthed the money program, they come in now and exploit it. So I leave it up to them to investigate and maybe to make some statement and say, well, I lie about it. But that is tobacco well pressed. And I wait on them to say anything different. I believe that we've come to the point where now we have to make a simple choice. Now we can draw conclusions based on the actions of this government, the cabinet ministers and so on, as to what they believe in, their philosophy, and their approaches towards the Grenadian people. They obviously have forgotten who the real employers are. And that is the people of Grenada, the persons who voted them in, the persons whose tax-paying dollars are ensuring that they get the salaries that they've hiked by more than 150% before really doing anything at all, before performing. Normally, people get increases when they perform and perform well, right? It is called performance-based. This government took the raise before they performed at all. All right? And say what you want about Dr. Keith Mitchell. He was very cautious about that. Right? Say what you want about him. And I'm not saying the minister shouldn't be paid. I'm just saying how it was actually done in our faces, in the face of difficulty. All right? In the face of economic hardship. They went ahead and they took more than 150% increase. So they obviously would forget what the ground feels like. Now they are floating in the air and they are able to do what they have to do. They are able now to save for the so-called VAT-free days. They can save. The ordinary Grenadian won't benefit from that. The ordinary person who goes to the supermarket when the money comes and try to buy to feed the family, they can wait on no tax-free days. So obviously that is not about the ordinary person, right? That would only meet the needs of a few persons, right? The government really is truly detached from the ground. And this particular package, you can see they put zero thought into it. And really is just a broken bridge to get them to election. Of course that won't work because the Grenadians won't feel the effects of it. And if it's so good and it's supposed to shield us from further economic hardship, why is it for 3 months? What is the rationale?
And 2 days.
And 2 days. What is the rationale?
2 days every month.
So I think we are seeing straight through this and we would respond likewise. This is no joke. The cost of living issue is an urgent matter, and Grenadians are struggling as far as that is concerned, whether you like it or not. They have not addressed the water bill. I suspect we are not using water, so they have not addressed it. But that is a sore point that we continue to struggle on, and I believe, and I know will be addressed by the new National Party government. I think it's quite plain to see which government holds fast to the social responsibility, the social contract of looking after those who need support, who are unable to look after themselves. I mean, that is a given. If you compare the two, you would know, you can easily see the government or the group that cares about people who are struggling. When this government came into office, they removed the support for a number of people. Some people, they say they don't need the support. They do not meet the threshold. One lady said to me that she made an application and they say to her, well, her children, they are currently working so that she doesn't meet the threshold. The lady doesn't have a work. She's aged and she needs support. They can't be bothered with her. But I will say to them, I won't tell them who it is, but that's a firm vote for the new National Party that is in the bag because she understands clearly the group that is going to look after her interests. Look, there are people who are not able to take care of themselves, you know. Whether we call it handout or hand up or whatever we call it, there are people who cannot look after themselves and they need government support, right? Some of them, whether you like it or not, served the country, paid their own taxes, went through the grind. Maybe it doesn't give them hero status, and the names may never be remembered. But they served, right? They did something to assist in some way for the country to move forward. And therefore, it only means that a caring government, caring leaders will just look after them. And that is what we are advocating. If persons are alive and they are able to function and they are strong, then so be it. But there's some people who need support. What about those persons who are differently abled, who are not able to work necessarily, right? Who might be sick in one way or the other, who just need support. There is no way to get around that because they have no other option. And that is where the government comes in. I listened to a story of a mother who went to a certain minister, a cabinet minister, and asked for support for her daughter to study. And the minister directed her to the Honorable Emmeline Pierre. He said, go to her. She is the parliamentary rep. Right? That is only when the minister remembers that Emmeline Pierre is the parliamentary representative. Obviously, he's well aware that this mother won't get the requisite help she needs for her daughter because the Honorable Emmeline Pierre doesn't have the wherewithal to do so, except from a personal standpoint, which maybe she might not be able to afford. But what he's doing is denying that child of an opportunity to study, while the sons of other ministers getting $1,000 and they never set foot in the Imani program. That is what we are faced with. So people need to know the issues, they need to hear the issues and hear the conversation so that they can instruct their decision of who they should vote for. So that no gimmick, no promise can now shield them from what they've created. I advise people to go online and look for the National Democratic Congress Manifesto. It is there. And we spend a lot of time online as Grenadian people. And we need to maybe use some of it for something worthwhile and just look at the manifesto and hold them to it. So that the fact that they're asking now for new positions, right? It means that they are abandoning the beautiful manifesto that they've set before us as they plan going forward, which should have started in June 2022. They seem to have lost their way on this, and now we are at a position where we are shortchanged, that people who work as our young doctors are not able to get their full salary. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Pierre and your partner there.
Yeah, morning.
Good morning to you all.
Thanks for calling.
And all your listeners. I'm listening to you, almost every morning I'll be listening to you. But it seems to me that I'm a man that speaks pretty straightforward. It seems to me that the NNP has an election to win. But I think the priorities are somewhat wrong. We spend too much time on the government.
Right.
The people don't already know the government is a failure. Right? But there is a cancer. It's like you're going to the doctor. You might get a little bruise on your hand. You go to the doctor. But the doctor telling you, look, the bruise is minor. You have a cancer in your body. But you're not attacking the cancer.
Right.
Right? Now, when you look at the DPM, the majority, I would say probably 75% of the people you see following the DPM is NNP voters, known to be NNP people. Now, I'm not hearing the NNP trying to pull over back these people and that. I find as if all you're attacking the government, what you have to understand, the NDC people, they already know who they're voting for. The people that I believe we lost within the last couple of years, we need these people and them to come back home. There is a candidate for the DPM that is clearly saying she will win the seat already. Right? I believe the problem here is we have to work on the other party. And we're not seeing anything. And I'm not hearing the new National Party addressing the issue with the United States. And it's so hard for students. Even somebody want to go to visit a family in the United States. And the NNP is the only party, I believe, that could bring a normalized relationship with the United States. And I believe it is time that the NNP party come clear with the people, with the foreign policy. There are some countries we know that support us for years, but they really can't help us anymore. That doesn't mean you neglect them, but at the same time, we have SGU. And suppose the NDC should win the election again, and the United States decides, listen, you know what, we're going to close the doors of the SGU. Well, what's really going to happen in Grenada? What really going to happen? Would Africa sustain us? Venezuela and Cuba sustain us? I think it's time that the NNP come out straight up and take this stand, because we know the NNP should be. I don't know if with a lot of new people coming, I don't know if the direction change, but the NNP should be a center-right party. The other two parties is communist and I don't know how to call it. Anyway, they're on the left side. And I believe that direction to win the election, I don't think we have it really well covered. I ain't saying that we're not going to win, but we need to clear up certain things to let people understand what is really going on. Because a lot of people is hurting with that relationship with the United States. And it doesn't seem that our present administration looking to normalize it, to make them going more left. So, I mean, I've been looking at the situation, and what I see is that it's time that we come out clear to get back, let the people understand. You think about it, people leaving the church as pastor and going to join communist organization. I mean, what really Grenada are really coming to? And the people that we all know them, that support that particular party. And it's time that the NP take the position and build on it and win. And I must say this, I am not hearing NNP PRO. I'm really not hearing that PRO. We're going into an election with to me, my thinking is like a dead PRO. Too much emphasis is left on the political leader. Your PRO is like your centuryman in the fight. We're not hearing that PRO. Have a good morning, sir.
Thank you, caller. Thanks for calling. Keep calling. So, Igwe, we were talking about the current situation, and we are not expanding it. We're just speaking truth. You know, in terms of how people are fending for themselves during this period. The finance minister said that the overall fiscal impact of the initiative, that's the relief they just spoke about recently, is estimated at approximately 18 million. And that is happening because of some prudent management. But I could tell him where he could find the 18 million in the 20 million that was spent for the 50th anniversary. We shouldn't be searching and talking about 18 million. It should be readily available. I mean, you're talking about more than 20 million already spent in preparation for Project Polaris. And, you know, with little explanation and little accountability, it's happening nonetheless. While when you look at our current healthcare scenario, excuse me, we're in some trouble with this. And I hate to speak about it, because when you speak about your healthcare, you know, it gives a sour connotation. But it's the truth, you know, because with the recent relief that the government speak of, it has nothing to do with healthcare. They said nothing about medication or anything. I would like to hear them talk about the chronic diseases and how they reduce the cost and remove VAT and things like that on certain medication and so on. I mean, if they're serious about relief, because if you're not going to give relief on healthcare, you better give relief on food. So it's a real situation where this government is detached from the reality of the people on the ground. They seem not to understand what is going on. They obviously is now in election mood and election gear. So I guess they're blindfolded and they're just attempting to do anything that comes to mind. And what they're doing now, the shouts have been happening now for years, and they only now responded. The last time we saw a representative from the Grand Lake speak on the issue, you know, he came and he said that we should be patient. The Prime Minister or the Minister of Infrastructure never spoke on the matter. Obviously, very quiet on it, because they play in a sort of hide and seek, with the Grenadian people. Just let me say this, that the price per gallon of gas remains $17. They are trying to convince us that 17 is better than 15. I mean, in this in 2026, this gas was capped at 15. They removed the cap, and now we're paying 17. And I would have thought that we would have been capped lower for it to make sense. So if you're giving any kind of relief and you're not talking about fuel price, you ought to be joking. So I think we've seen right through this so-called relief, and what we are doing is to remind people of their individual responsibility, of how they can influence change in the country, right? And with all the music and the food and so on, and all this celebration for the carnival, we still can remain focused. And after the carnival, after the celebration, we get back on course. Nothing really changes, but we remain focused because there is some work to be done. And that is for every single person. Whether you're affected or not, or you know somebody who is affected, you must jump into action. Let's take the call.
Good morning on the WhatsApp.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning,
sir.
sir.
And Mr. Pierre.
Good morning.
Yeah, I want to call to reinforce the previous caller with the strategy that the NNP is using. They could use some more of that type of technique in the future.
Right.
Yeah, and I was going to refer to the release that they made regarding the electricity and VAT. But I have never seen the government of Grenada under the NNP release a statement and put NDC as the head in NDC. Is the government of Grenada, is NDC giving us the rebate, the release, or is it the government of Grenada? Thank you.
But I don't know. I don't want to speak to it, but I don't think. I mean, maybe there's a party that repackage it and put it like that. But you see, this government, they confuse as to when it's party, when it's government, and so the operations really party. Because if you listen to the Prime Minister in the famous Bouchejou rally, and that I would never forget this, because that is what propels me to really want change. When you listen to a leader who's supposed to represent all of the people, talks about the other side, I mean, there's nothing more divisive than that particular speech in my mind. And so what is happening, that they're branding things now NDC, is because they have, that is the philosophy. They can't draw the line. They don't understand that to get great acceptance and buy-in, you must look as though you neutral a little bit. You see the point I'm making? I look at the so-called discussion they're having now on the manifesto, and it's branded yellow and red. I mean, if you're talking about, if it's truly national, where's the green, the colors of the flag, the complete colors of the flag? So in their minds, everything they do has to do with a party. Well, I want to sell something different, that the new national party is about all of the people. And that is why when they speak, they're not speaking about NNP or NDC. They're speaking of the persons who are crying out for support. They don't have a choice. So now that you're in opposition and you're going around, you're speaking to everybody. So you can talk about we and them. You have to talk about one people, one Grenada. Right? That is who the NNP represents. Not just as a group, a side. Because, Igwe, let me tell you, although we may be on different sides of the political support, but we all one people. If you look sharp, all of us are related in some way or the other. Right? And so we need to start to speak as one group. That is what would allow us to see true development. once we're talking the vision, we have problems. And if you ask me, the Prime Minister has started this thing in a classic way when he talked about the other side. That's why the other side get in. He's speaking about anybody else who is not NDC. And if you perceive to be NNP, well, just the perception is enough to cause you demise. That is what this government has been marketing. They have now institutionalized the vision and divisiveness in the country. And that is pulling us back. We could do so much better if we come together. And as a prime minister, as a government, right, they are supposed to bring people together, right? They're supposed to promote unity, right, not division. And they've done a masterful job in dividing us. And I believe it will take MLNP and a new national party grouping to bring back the country to the oneness that would influence our development and influence our progress. There is no two ways about it. I mean, you see the contrast and in the two leaders, how they think, how they respond. You can differentiate humility from arrogance real easy in this particular scenario. You see how the Prime Minister responds to almost everything, right? As though he is on a different place to us, a different planet, that he's not part of us, right? That he has not come from the bowels of Grenada. To me, he dropped down and is functioning clearly with a great deal of arrogance. And what we require is servant leadership. We require someone who understands the people, who is comfortable with the ordinary person on the ground. And if you're looking for such person, I mean, the Honorable MLNP is doing so with just ease and the kind of comfort that you won't even believe. That the ordinary man, the guys on the block, the persons who are in need, find it very easy to engage and to talk and to converse with her. And she knows how to respond to the needs of the people. So I think the choice is very clear in terms of who Grenada should trust. Whether you would trust a group that allow you to suffer, and when they are ready for a new opportunity, they come to you and say, hold on to that for 3 months. Feel good. And the only thing we can expect after election, if the NDC wins, is more suffering. And might I say, what they are creating, we are already starting to see that some people can't get paid. All right? It only means that it will get worse. And this non-payment or late payment will continue. All right? We are moving now into a mechanism that says that you bill for me first and then I pay you. All right? That is attracting all kind of high interest. That could only throw us into further death. And so we need to make some decisive decision. And paramount to those decisions is voting for the new national party. Let's take the call.
Good morning on the WhatsApp.
Good morning on the WhatsApp. I just want to make one statement. I need KG to call on that program today because he has all the answer for NDC, what they are going to do. So I want him to call today and explain that all what he has been explaining to Mr. Pierre and what the NDC been doing. KG, I know he's listening. I need him to call today to hear me. To let me hear what you have to say today. That is my take today.
Well, I mean, here we accept all colors. The only thing, the measurement is truth. That's why we measure any colors with. And whoever calls, we accept. Let me tell you something. No amount of calls and no amount of surrogate shouting can change the fact that the government is doing a poor job. And it will be difficult to paint any new picture. Right? Even with the 1 billion worth of funds from the CBI program, we are not even seeing the inkling of any decent capital project. Obviously, those monies are spent elsewhere to run the country and to pay salaries and so on. And so is not able to go into any meaningful project. They are not being able to attract any investor who wants to do a meaningful project. And that says a lot. Because if you look at what the government is doing with its foreign policy and the diplomacy and its relationship with territories that are supposed to be our friends, then what do you really expect? How will we attract investors when we're creating trouble and we're destroying our long-standing friendships? One caller raised it, and he said he doesn't hear it addressed. We have been addressing this thing over and over and over in different quarters. That we have eroded particularly our relationship with the United States of America, where now even our upper echelon officials are finding it difficult to get a visa or visa to visit the United States of America. When we get to that point, we are in grave trouble. And it therefore means that the younger people who are aspiring to study, who are looking for different opportunities, are now faced with a barrier to visit an important place as the United States of America, because our young aspiring doctors are being turned away and not able to get US visas to go to further their studies. Now, this matter is not addressed by the government because it has so matter. As the Prime Minister, what he does, he remain quiet on the US, and he said, no, it's off the table. According to one of the Caribbeans, he just drag his foot. But when you drag your foot, when it comes to diplomacy, you have a price to pay. And it's not the Prime Minister that is going to pay the price, because I'm certain he can buy a ticket to wherever he wants. He can reroute to any place he wants. It is the ordinary man, the student, the sick person who is looking for an alternative. These are the persons who will be affected. And these are the persons who are supposed to vote. In fact, these are the same persons that the government is going to now to say, vote for me a second time. When they come, ask them what they are doing about us getting a US visa again. Ask them if they have now created a fund to help us with the $15,000 bond that we are asked to pay up by the United States of America. Ask them about that. They've grown very quiet on this, and they are not speaking or articulating on any pathway to improve the relationship with the United States of America. We are faced now with an impending displaced persons or refugee intake. The government has gone very quiet on this. You're not speaking about it. You hear the other territories articulating and having discussions and so on, and some of them bluffing and so on. But our government is extremely quiet. In fact, the minister seemed to suggest that is skilled people will be getting. Well, come on. You believe any country would displace their skilled persons? I mean, come on. I mean, I listen to them, and I want to believe that they think that Grenadians are really dumb. Because if you have a country who have a skilled man, right, who can add to the development of his country, and they would send them to Grenada, I mean, come on. But they are remain quiet on this. And that is the approach of remaining quiet, saying nothing, and hoping things go away. Well, we have to keep it on the top burner, because it would affect us. We are the ordinary citizens who are affected by this government's policy, this government's approach to how they are doing business. So we have to continue to speak about it, because in the absence of us speaking, they will not respond. And that is why social media now is littered with congratulatory messages to the opposition, the NNP, for what now is called the relief, which I totally mistrust. I'm not going to hide how I feel about it. I totally mistrust it, and I wait to see the implementation and its effectiveness. Even them, they're not sure which days it would be for and the dates it would be. So it's anybody's guess how this would go, right? And so we remain vigilant. We remain vigilant, and prepare ourselves for what is to come. Evidently, an election is coming. The government is preparing itself the best way they know how. Even for now, all that they try is falling flat on its face because of the non-genuineness of their approach. Mm-hmm. You look at them in the press conference and you can see they're unbothered, and they're not there with us. Although they're saying things, but they're not there. They are unprepared. You see, no proper research went into this thing. One would believe when you're taking long to make a decision is because you're researching but these guys are just idling. And they know because the cries are drowned in them out. They drum up something quickly and they say, let's give them a 3 months to hold. And then after the election, we're back to the slave ship. We ought to be smart about this. And the expectation was that they would come with maybe a medium-term approach. That might be a little bit more palatable. They come with a less than short term for 3 months and say that it will bring some relief. Well, we know better because, of course, we understand the playbook of this government. We predicted that it would happen. Right in this room, we predicted what I call strategic delay. That they watch it happen, and at the end of it all, they strike. Now, if you have a cash-strapped government, and they can't tell me otherwise, because that's why people are not getting paid. They blame it on some glitches in the system for too long, but by now, those glitches are properly sealed. And what is happening now, if you don't have money, you can't pay. And that is the harsh reality of this. And if we want to go into an era where we can get pay, then we can make the mistake and vote for the National Democratic Congress. They've showed us that they have any real problems paying us. And we ought to take notice. It's been happening for too long in too many quarters to be fooled and to say it won't happen again. And they have not really addressed it, Maybe on the edge they say it's a glitch and so on. And sometimes they say the remnant NNP workers within the system, they're doing all this naughty stuff. Well, by now we know better. Because the trajectory that this government has taken, if they will leave you NNP and they now important position, you are gonna. That has been the hallmark of this government. So no NNP remnant and staying in no important position that can prevent people from getting the salary. We know better. Right? What is happening is that funds are slow or short, and they only could do what they can by paying some people this period and paying some people next period. Otherwise, the young doctors would by now have gotten the entire salary. I spoke to one of them, and up till now, they have not gotten all their monies.
No, they got 2 weeks thing.
So why is it so? If it is that money is available, if it is that we are not cash-strapped, what is the problem? What could possibly be the problem? Right? We would love to have some answers on that. I'm not holding my breath. I don't believe the answer would come. But we continue to ask, because if we ask maybe loud and regular enough, then maybe they would respond. And the shouts came and they seek to give some economic relief. I wonder when they're going to investigate the alleged bribe in the name of the Honorable Andy Williams. We have been shouting for that now for some time, and they have totally ignored us. When is that going to come? I was hoping that the press conference would also say that within 3 months that the matter will be investigated. But that did not come. I guess they're keeping it purely on what they say to be economic relief. Well, that will be economic relief as well. Because those monies that is allegedly got would go back to where it's supposed to be. Igwe, this much talked about Ministry of Implementation and Transformation. We hardly hear about it these days. That ministry was touted about because they felt that implementation was so slow that it needed an engine to push it forward. Well, that has gone very quiet, because all the projects that they sought to push forward is still in a state of disrepair and is still not completed. Because we can name them Whether it's the Fort George project, whether it's the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School, whether it's the Simon Cultural Center, all of them remain unfinished. The question is, what was the purpose of the MIT? Certainly did not follow through with what it was meant to be, right? The functions and the responsibilities that were attributed to the MIT. I wish they could do an assessment of the ministry and tell us how successful it was, but you don't hear that. And the cost to the government, because that meant a larger government, right? They added a ministry to it. Make no bones about that, right? The cost of the ministry itself, which we knew from the very start would be a failure, right? The cost of the ministry, I would love to know that. And the money that was spent in pursuit of executing what's supposed to have been the functions of that particular ministry. Right? One of these days, maybe we'll get to find out the cost associated with it, but I would love to have a report. As I would like to have a report on the National Lotteries Authority finances, and at least tell us who are the persons that have been paid by the Lotteries Authority. I know that is maybe is the greatest kept secret that cannot be revealed. The Prime Minister did say that he investigated it himself and saw nothing wrong as far as corruption or fraud was concerned. So we have a lot of work to do, but the conversation that we're having should really propel us and push us to get registered, to check the voters list, to get out and knock on doors, to join up with the Jelani Glean and the Marcia Francis and the Mayana Charleses and the Adrian Joseph, and the Robert White and the Amanda Japal and the Nolan Thompson and all the others that are vying with the best team to become servant leaders of this country. I think it's a clear, the line is drawn in the sand now. There's no fogginess about what we should be doing within the next few months. Right? I mean, how do you not vote for Nolan Cox? How do you not vote for Christopher Diali? I mean, Christopher Diali is coming up against the Honorable Andy Williams. How do you not vote for Christopher Diali Jr.? I mean, there's no comparison between these two people. You have a young man who is forthright, who can articulate, who embraces the work at hand. And you have the other minister who has a dark cloud hanging over his head, who refuses up to this day to take the accuser to court, who cannot take her to court, and who still walks around, right, boldly. I mean, I've never seen that before, you know. It's my first experience with such boldness, right? But I'm just simply saying that the line is drawn, and the Grenadian people can put both candidates on a scale and determine who should get that vote, who should get that X, because we want progress, and we still believe in integrity and forthrightness and truth. We can't continue with a group of people who believe that we can't be Jesus, so we can't be perfect, and so a little corruption is okay, breaking the law is fine. We have to shift from that mentality. Otherwise, what are we teaching our children? What are we teaching our children? That it's okay to thief, it's okay to be fraudulent, it's okay to break the law? Now we have to say something else. And I believe the team of the New National Party offers something different. They're selling something different that says that, look, we are going to push the development that this country needs, and we're going to do it with integrity. Yes, we're going to do it with transparency. We're going to make it obvious that what we mean well for the Grenadian people. We mean well for businesses. Let's take the call.
Good morning.
Good day, gentlemen.
Good day. Thank you for
Good day.
calling. Thank you for calling.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. Funny enough, the statement you just made, I was just having that thought and thinking about calling in. The fact that this is scamming, the fact that the moral fibers, if I want to use that term sparingly, has been made trendy. It's been made trendy to con and steal and do the kind of stuff that is not profiting to our society. So it's in my head, it's like, how do we combat that? Because the administration is clearly pushing an agenda of morality is private. You can do whatever you want to do. More or less, you can break the rules when you need to break it. And a problem I'm personally having is almost like a betrayal of a parental figure. It's like you put your trust in the individual, hoping that they have your best intent in mind, and then betrayed by them by all the crazy moves. You've seen that the rules that has been put in place that you're supposed to be guided by is being compromised, is being shut down more or less by the people that are supposed to be governing those. So I think that's a personal problem I'm having, and I think that will attach to what Mr. Jelani Green was saying about he's seen like a lot of youths not really active or want to be involved in the political thing, because it's like the people that you're supposed to be looking up to is disappointing you. They're making lies, and your parents, your teachers, the other people in society that's supposed to take a stand, they are not. And it's demoralizing, it's depressing, it's just it just makes you feel like maybe you just give up on humanity. That's a personal experience. So I don't know if anybody else is experiencing that, but based on what you just said there, I think the whole conning act, the whole thieving act, the whole not following the rules has been made trendy, and I definitely think that should be a target area that needs to be sorted or resolved, because we need to get people on a path of saying being your brother's keeper. And if everybody's like on a selfish mode, it's me, all I want is for me, I'm not thinking about anybody else, I think we have a very big breakdown in our society. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed. But valid point, and that's more or less all I wanted to say about that.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Carl.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. No.
Right, so
look, I call on the Grenadian people to stand guard for this country as securities. I mean, if you look at what almost happened some months ago, the National Democratic Congress brought legislation to the Parliament to allow 16-year-olds, 12-year-olds to seek sexual.
He's a Christian.
Yeah, it's difficult to speak about.
Yeah,
right?
You can sit on them.
But you see, that is the philosophy of the government.
They die with that.
And it really goes against what we believe in, right? The tenets of our psyche, of the DNA of Grenada. We hold fast to them. And this government is quickly eroding those standards. So now my 12-year-old could leave my home and go to a doctor and speak about sexual and reproductive health and counseling without my knowledge. Grenada, look, I believe that we need to be very cautious, because we see what this government is trying to do. And let me say this, a second term of this government, we will see this legislation passed. I'm saying that clear. We would see this legislation passed, and we will lose control of our children. We will not be able to protect them. They have not given us the background of this and why they have tried or attempted to pass the legislation. And the only reason why this legislation was not successful is because the opposition and the people of Grenada made a lot of noise. That is what. When you listen to the persons who articulated in support of the legislation, they're speaking about persons who are vulnerable and who are affected. But the legislation doesn't say that. It's across the board. So a child who is not affected, who is not under threat, could decide to seek counseling for sexual and reproductive health. We have to guard our country against that. And don't believe the legislation go away. No, it's there. It's only because we made a lot of noise. right? Just how we make noise about cost of living, and they come with this so-called relief. They're only now keeping this legislation under wraps until after election, if they win the election, because they feel very strongly about you. Listen to them. They want to push ahead with it. We have to guard our country from this. And I say to you, time to get up. It's time to stand guard. It's time to get registered. It's time to get ready to vote. We need a change. And that change must come.
Must.
And replacing the National Democratic Congress with a group that understands leadership, that's a group that will engage the United States to get back the friendly relationship we once had.
Yeah.
That is it right there. We come to the end of this program. Stick with us, stay with us. We have much more to come in the following weeks. God bless you. One love.
People feel.
Take it easy.
Every community got concerns. Every generation got lessons to learn. Parents working hard every day, trying to keep their children on the right way. Some youth searching for opportunity, trying to build a stronger community. Some looking guidance, some looking hope, trying to find a way to cope. The cost of living on many minds. Families trying hard to survive the times. Everybody got a different view, but the conversation belongs to all that we do. No shouting down, no turning away. Every voice deserves a chance to say what's on their heart, what's on their mind. Because solutions start when people combine. Time for talk, time for speak, time for your devices in the street. Dxtention, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things that people feel. The farmers got concerns to raise. Workers talking about modern days. Students thinking about what comes next. Citizens discussing issues and facts. Road safety, education too. Community projects pushing through. Healthcare, housing, youth development. All of them deserve attention. Every color bring a different story. Different struggle, different journey. But every opinion help reveal what the people truly feel. One nation, many voices, different opinions, shared future. When people talk, people learn, and progress have a chance to return. Respectful debate, make democracy strong. Listening to each other help move along. No perfect answers overnight, but discussion can shine a light. Everybody want the country grow. Everybody wants success for sure. And when citizens get involved, more problems can get solved. Time for talk, time for sleep, time for your devices in the street. Dxtention, bring the people them together, seeking solutions for a better future. Time for talk, time for share. Everybody got a burden, them beer. Real FM, we keeping it real. Talking about the things that people feel. Yeah. Real FM.
Angels Beauty Salon and Barbershop, Bruce Street Mall, St. George's, your one-stop destination for all things